I'll come in on my phone, see if that works.
Të nderuar zonja dhe zotëri.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting the second day of the conference, Week of Women 2020. The key topic is changing the face of politics. The time is now. Today, as yesterday, we will have different sessions with important topics, including distinguished local and international panelists. Before we open, I'd like to give the floor to Alia El Yassir. The floor is yours, madam.
Besoj që zonja
Madam El Yassir, I hope that you can hear us. I'd like to give you the floor for opening remarks before we begin. I think we're having connection troubles, but I can see you now, Ms. El Yassir. I hope you're with us.
now. Is it okay? Now it's time for you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you happen to be. And I'm really pleased to be here with you today at this 8th annual Week of Women organized by NDI in Kosovo. And this year, 2020, is a year that I think we will commemorate for years to come, but it's also a commemoration in and of itself because it marks 25 years since the last World Conference on Women that was held in Beijing 25 years ago. And it gave us the landmark documents that set standards for women's rights, the Beijing Platform for Action and the Beijing Declaration. And we are trying to commemorate this landmark meeting that happened 25 years ago in the midst of unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic that threatens progress that we have achieved to date for women and girls. I think we all can agree that COVID-19 has changed our lives in many ways and perhaps forever. But it also represents us with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build back differently, to build back better by having more inclusive societies where women and girls can enjoy human rights and a life free of discrimination and violence. And on this occasion, allow me to extend my gratitude to Prime Minister Hoti for the engagement in supporting women throughout the institutional response to COVID-19 pandemic and the related economic recovery efforts. Also, thank you, Prime Minister, for your active engagement in the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and the campaign. The benefits of women's participation in decision-making can't be called into question in this day and age. And if half of the population is excluded, sustainable development will not be an achievable goal, and it will remain just an aspiration. Having only one woman for every 4 men in parliaments around the world is a clear indication of how ineffective societies are at tapping into the talent pool constituted by more than half of the world's population. There are many reasons to care about this imbalance. Achieving gender equality in political participation has both intrinsic and instrumental value. Women in political office prioritize efforts to advance rights, promote equality, and leverage opportunities for women and girls. It's a matter of human rights, and it's a matter of good governance. The composition of executive and legislative branches of government affects the quality of laws and influences the extent of their application. The full participation of women in political life is also an essential requirement to achieve peaceful and prosperous societies. And it's not just about strengthening democracy. Without gender equality, there is no real democracy. And where women's political representation has increased, change has followed. Progressive laws have been passed to secure land rights, to tackle violence against women and girls, and to improve healthcare, reproductive rights, and employment. 2020 is another anniversary that we need to mark. It's the 20th anniversary of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which has huge significance in this region and this part of the world. a resolution that links gender equality with international peace and security and recognized for the first time women's participation as key to resolving conflict and securing peace. In the last 20 years, we've witnessed some remarkable breakthroughs in this agenda on women, peace and security. And one such breakthrough was in Kosovo, where thousands of conflict-related sexual violence survivors became eligible to receive monthly payments as reparations. This compensation came 4 years after the Kosovo Assembly approved a law giving legal recognition to survivors of sexual violence during Kosovo's armed conflict. This is a fitting result, and it reflects years of activism and advocacy on the part of Kosovar women. Women are central to peace efforts. They are central to security, and they are central to justice, and they get results. The evidence is clear. Having women at the peace table generates greater buy-in and strengthens accountability for implementations. Women's participation also makes peace more durable because with their input, agreements don't go just into the power realm, but also go into the realities of people, putting people and their well-being at the center of the discussion. And at the same time, although we know of all the benefits, women are still systematically excluded. They are confined to informal processes or relegated to the role of spectators, while in many cases, men sit in the rooms that will define their lives and decide everyone's future. At the United Nations, we actively support women in peace processes. The UN has devoted increased attention and resources to boost the leadership of women who are affected by conflict and also to address the atrocities committed against them, and also, very importantly, to link into the prevention of conflict before it happens. For example, 40% of the Peace Building Fund investments in 2019 supported gender-responsive peace building. 25 years of implementing the Beijing Platform for Action and 20 years of implementing UN Security Council Resolution 3025, and we still have unfulfilled dreams that we now need to focus on. We still have alarming gaps in the implementation that are holding back the real impact, and we are in danger of losing the ground that we have gained over many years, this hard-won gain. This year, we were supposed to launch the new Global Generation Equality Initiative as part of the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action. This initiative, which has now been postponed into 2021, but the action has started already this year, is bringing together member states, civil society organizations, international and regional organizations, youth, individuals, private sector, to really galvanize action around game-changing efforts that will accelerate action over the next 5 years, with a view to making 2030 really the cutoff date for achieving gender equality. Next year, aside from the Generation Equality Initiative, you have the CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women session that will happen in March, which is dedicated to the topic of the full and meaningful participation of women in decision-making and public life. This is highly relevant to the kind of event that we're having today and the kinds of discussions that we're asking for. So I really hope that there will be linkages and that we can feed into that global discussion next year. There are 6 action coalitions that are part of the Generation Equality that will also be launched next year. And we have a global compact on women, peace and security and humanitarian action. The Global Compact brings everyone together to push for implementation, to get results, and to make sure that there's accountability. So today, as humanity battles with COVID-19 as a pandemic, we're faced with a choice: to just rebuild, or do we want to build back better? If we're to achieve our goals and to really see transformative, irreversible change happen, we must make more concerted effort to strengthen women's participation in decision-making. Together, we have to double our efforts to involve as many young women to make a change in the future. I know that many women with us today have really inspiring stories and powerful messages to share, and I really look forward to hearing them all. Women must be included at all stages of decision-making processes. We need the joint will to get this done. Let's together build a better future so that we can all be generation equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Eliasir. Thank you for your speech. Të nderuara zonja dhe zotrinj.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, participants watching us live, now we will have a very important session on a topic that's of interest for everybody. We want to hear the response of our Prime Minister Abdullah Hoti on how we will how will we mitigate the impact of the pandemic. So we will have Prime Minister Abdullah Hoti, and the session will be moderated by Ms. Yeta Krasniqi from KDI. We will be back shortly in a couple of minutes with this interview. Thank you.
Përshëndetje gjithëve,
Greetings all. It's a pleasure to present in this panel and moderate this panel with Prime Minister of Kosovo, Mr. Abdullah Hoti, to discuss about socio-economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome. Thank you. Pandemic caused an economic shock in the world, including Western Balkans and Kosovo, and it brought in the brink of collapse the even most advanced health services, and also it tested social cohesion, political stability, economic well-being, individual health in Kosovo. And Kosovo became one of the countries that shifted government, overthrowing one government and brought another government in the time of pandemics. And during this time, we as a young democracy and young country challenged or tested our constitution. The need for solidarity became more than necessary, and we have seen, on the other hand, that there was political polarization, division, which unfortunately were not left aside during this time, unfortunately. And also we have seen that the effects of pandemics was seen in the economy, in reduction of incomes and fear of job loss as a result of imposed restrictions or measures taken to cope with the pandemic situation and to keep it under control. Earlier this year, World Bank announced that economy of Kosovo will be contracted at least 5%. And based on other data, we can say that the budget of the country in 2029 may also reduce. What we have seen during this time is that women suffered, if I may say so, or they carried an unproportional cost. We know that women are part of the informal sector of economy, and from the polls, we have seen that women were affected more than men as self-employed. It's about 72% of women compared to 69% of men. And then with closures of schools and kindergartens, we have seen that care to kids for kids and attending houses became the obligation of both genders, but we know, of course, that the effects were heavier on women. We have seen that the government of Kosovo took many measures to address the effects of the pandemic and access to basic services and incomes and employment, but there were some criticism that they were not taken in the right time and identified only or support only the needs of the households and also the businesses to recover. And because of political polarization, we have seen that the law on economic recovery was voted after many times presented before the parliament. And it remains to be seen how women were integrated in policy making and lawmaking, especially the law on economic recovery and support of marginalized groups. These are some of the issues we would like to discuss with Prime Minister of Kosovo to see how the government addressed the crisis of COVID-19, its approach in addressing socio-economic effects, and the attention given to women and other marginalized groups, and the expectations from the law on economic recovery, especially for these vulnerable groups. At the end, I will ask a question, or I would expect you to address the issue of participation of women in negotiation process, because we are marking the anniversary of 1325 resolution, which Kosovo has incorporated in part of a global plan for gender equality. Without any more ado, I would give the floor now, Mr. Prime Minister, to share with us what the government did in terms of inclusive decision-making and policies to be more inclusive to address the immediate effects of the pandemic situation, and also recovery in near-term and long-term, and how this would guarantee that women will be part of decision-making. Please, sir. Thank you, Yeta, for this opportunity to sit together on this very important and also sensitive topic for the society. And as you said, we are sharing the fate of the whole world facing this pandemic situation, which is something that maybe human race faces once in a century. Our approach as a country, institutions against the pandemic situation was not ad hoc, but actions based on theoretical guidelines on what to do given a certain pandemic, and also the fear of unknown prevailed. And also we checked what other countries did and instructions of relevant organizations, and because of that, the total lockdown was ordered. And then we started learning, and also international organizations, WHO and other organizations advanced in terms of their instructions and guidelines, collecting information from the field and also based on scientific data. And in the second part of the year, we shifted our approach in managing the situation, taking actions to manage the source of infection, namely tracing contact cases and also managing a situation in certain sectors, certain events, which lead to distribution of virus. In the second part of the year, we did not apply total lockdown, although in certain moments there were recommendations from international organization partners supporting us in managing the situation to move towards total lockdown. So we faced the same curve, just like other countries, and the recent measures are of November 11, still effective, and we have set up a good situation management system categorizing municipalities based on the number of infected patients, and today we see the results on the ground, not in drastic reduction of infections, but in stopping exponential growth and stabilizing or flattening the curve. In the first part, not all groups, not all sectors were affected the same way. If we see the economic structure of Kosovo, it is not very favorable. We are not advanced economy, which allows us in certain or given situation to adapt a certain working style, like working from home, or to have a very good system of transport or other services in order not to put the service and production on hold. Nevertheless, disregarding the measures, we are open society, open economy, and because disregarding the measures, we would take again movement, employment are to be affected from the situation in the region and in Europe. We have economic recovery package, which is part of the budget for 2020, which became part of the budget in budget revision in the amount of 365 million euros. In relative terms, is about 5% of GDP. And compared to other countries in the region and beyond, is among the biggest recovery packages that the government grants to its citizens and economy. This is the budget earmarked, and then the further decisions of the government will disseminate the money for economy, businesses, and citizens. In early September, we issued a decision, the government, to disseminate the funds to different communities, and then for instance, we have allocated for businesses 60 million euros without any competition, based on the number of employees. And we tried this economic package. We had two objectives. First, to prevent having businesses leaving the market. So we wanted to support businesses to stay in the market, because the assessment is if they lose market, then it will cost us, the society, and them, because it is more expensive to reinstate in the market. For instance, if you're renting premises and you have 10 or 100 employees and you leave the premises and fire everyone, it's going to be difficult to come back to business. And another thing is to find again adequate people, employees. And the second objective was to prevent further poverty. And we tried to design messages contributed reaching these two objectives. For instance, this first one, we supported the businesses in general, disregarding whether they employ men or women in all sectors, disregarding no discrimination. And first part of the year they were paid 170 euros, and the second part of the year we continued granting direct support out of the 60 million. Then we doubled agriculture subsidies. We gave additional 24 million euros, out of which 12 disseminated already, and the other part in the process. And then we have designed specific measures for specific population groups. For instance, to prevent the deepening of poverty in certain groups. We have designed a measure only for non-majority communities, especially the ones facing harsh living conditions, to support them with household incomes, to improve livelihood, living conditions, and also to support businesses which are owned by or employ non-majority community members. And another measure was only for women in business. And this was done through Office for Gender Equality, doing a great job supporting 115 private kindergartens, with the idea to support them in employment because about 99% of employees in kindergartens are women. And second, to support women while providing them with child care services, not to leave labor market. But there was about 2 million euros. We already disseminated 1 million, and now we are preparing for the second part. In 2021, we have designed a new package of economic recovery, which is 182 million euros. Based on the law on economic recovery, we have foreseen some facilities. We're increasing this amount to about 220 million euros. There were some discussions with various associations and chambers of commerce, aiming and preparing measures and implementing this package starting as of January. And I believe that in the first months of the year we will manage to pay out this amount, hoping that by next mid-year we will get the end of the pandemic situation. It is a specific situation, and I know that women were affected more than men in general. And in all this situation, and the burden and organizing the household works is a burden of women more than men. Some legal instruments in effect believe contribute to improving the position of women in longer term. Let's say the measure already a regulation in effect since years, which provides for registration of property in the name of women, which empowers women. Yes, it is in the law and now the supporting measures. Yep. The only way to empower women in society is support economic empowerment and education of women. And I'm convinced that in 5, 7, 8 years or a decade, the situation will change, because if you see now the number of students in higher education institution, most of them are more women students than men. And eventually they will enter the labor market. But what is more important, in recent years, because of the NGOs and activist civil society such as you and many others are being a powerful voice of the cause for equality, the situation, mentality and mindset is really shifting about the role of women in society. Of course, no, we cannot. There is discrimination in the labor market against women. Legal framework in effect and under development will provide incentives for businesses in terms of employment or retention to consider quality upon employment and not only gender aspect. Mr. Prime Minister, you mentioned some of the elements, and I would like to ask some sub-questions. Number one, you mentioned deepening of poverty. You wanted to address in both of the package of economic recovery and the law. And another question for you is the employment in Kosovo. Part of the employment is informal sector, including many women. There were some voices that the law and economic recovery leaves this category aside. The informal sector, meaning that it may produce more inequality in the country. What is your view on this? How informal economy is being handled, or is it covered by the package or the law on economic recovery, or in the future law on budget for 2021? As I said, economic recovery package, the goal was to keep business alive, to have businesses retain their employees, and the second to prevent deepening of poverty, referring to the measure through which we have doubled social assistance for families and social assistance. By the end, until the end of the year, they will collect double pay, and as of January, we'll see how we go about. And then informal employment, it is mainly in services sector and agriculture. In agriculture, I believe that we have addressed this quite well, doubling subsidies, helping farms and farmers and employees in this sector. And you mentioned services. We are in development phase of the instruments for employment of women, but informal employment is complex. It's not that we can address immediately with the economic recovery measures. Businesses and employees will see the significance of working in a formal economy. There is no reason for businesses to keep employees in informal economy because importance of moving from informal to formal economy, not because this perspective of affected marginalized groups or non-majority or women groups in the time when economic recovery package and laws were developed. What did you do? What the government did was not in their language. In certain cases, MPs mentioned that, like a Serbian community, they complained that not everything was translated into Serbian in the right time. What is your comment here, and how did you manage to integrate different groups and interests inside the existing package? I believe we have built an efficient platform for consultations before we're taking a decision. The economic recovery package developed in early days on Monday, like early June, then reflected in the budget, and then there was a decision of the government during months of the summer developed based on proposals coming from ministries and other institutions, but in close cooperation with all stakeholders, chambers of commerce, various associations representing various sectors and NGOs. And we have very good platform, the National Council for Economy Investment. They incorporate about 20 different organizations representing maybe 90% of employees in the private sector. And measures taken for protection from the pandemic situation taken during summertime, or the ones effective as of November 11, and the next ones that we are developing. And we are consulting everything closely with the stakeholders. Now, specifically, I don't want to be like very straightforward here, but for the first time, we have provided full transparency in allocating support for the non-majority communities, because some groups of non-majority communities are affected by poverty, like unemployment, living conditions, and then no access to public services, education, and health. All the calls are public, and criteria were developed in the government, and then they were published. And I made sure that before all these processes to have a full consultation with representatives of non-majority communities. 20 MPs of non-majority communities, which are part of the parliament, they were all involved, informed directly by me with official documents, regular meetings, and then Office for Community Issues, which is part of my office, and through media outlets. There were some remarks about decisions of the government about measures that we have taken. There were situations that a decision was taken during the day and entered into force during the night. There were some issues that were overlooked, not immediately, but taken decision, and it was translated in the languages of communities. I think we have no issues here, because we have the language office, in my office, and meet every now and then to prevent such situations. But based on the evaluation mission, a group of doctors from Italy through Italian KFOR and also Germany and WHO missions visiting Kosovo, measures that we have taken, the way that we have faced and coped with the pandemic from a healthcare and social and economic aspect. We are not saying that we are a role model, but it was an adequate approach considering financial and institutional constraints that we face as a country. And let's say that health mission, there is no increasing number of beds since years, and we had to reorganize the whole network of healthcare institutions in Kosovo. We had to mobilize all medical professionals, like everyone in managing the pandemic situation, and the Institute of Public Health. We had to find all the microbiologists to disseminate them in the regions as well, because we have established an intelligence system to find the hotspots of the infection. For instance, the last vacancy announcement for medicals studying like specialty studies, we had to assess the profiles required in order to advertise the positions, and the external assistance, and we had to evaluate everything in order for our professionals to have all the capabilities to face this pandemic. Now the approach has been built. Maybe because of the pandemic situation, we became aware about the structure we have to build. There is also a strategy. When SARS situation was a big deal, and the Kosovo government came up with the evaluations saying that we are missing people and medical teams, and also other technical aspects, and it was not addressed at that time. And we entered the pandemic situation with many shortcomings, be it human capacities and other services, and during this period of time were addressed somehow. But this is another aspect, Mr. Prime Minister. They've overlooked the pandemic not only from the social and economic and healthcare point of view, and then politics in terms of decision taken by the government, and then sometimes these decisions and the laws are not being enforced. The issue is that what will be the approach of the government to create the required political support to move forward its proposals in the parliament, because we have the 2021 budget, and we have seen that quite some time was required to amend the law, like the draft was presented 9 times before the parliament, and this is a valid concern of citizens. I ask you, Prime Minister, what is going to be your approach in order to prevent repeating these scenarios in order not to have the year with no budget and to face crisis because the laws are not being drafted. I understand your concern and concern of the citizens. I continuously tried having a constructive approach and comprehensive approach and decisions which are not easy at all and not political, but they serve the general interest of society, such as the law on economic recovery. We are facing economic situation, and my call from the studio is to come together on issues which are of capital importance. And of course, political issue in democracy, we have differences in our approaches. But this political competition should be secondary. But is there any readiness, Mr. Prime Minister? Is there any willingness for support? Yes, I believe we will have a consensus to approve the budget, and as you know, a specific situation, and we have to find ways how to overcome the situation that we are facing about selection, in fact, election of the president. And I remain hopeful that we will reach a consensus for the budget, to pass the budget. That is very important, to have a budget as of 1st of January, in order for the need the other institutions to manage the situation. They must have a budget available and go ahead with their activities. In the meantime, we may continue discussing the other issues, hoping that you will find a consensus to break through the next political stalemate, which is election of the president. Yes, we are trying hard. We are working hard to find a consensus. Me personally, and we have shown an acceptable approach about the way and resolving this problem, and believe that we have to sit with all political parties and hear from them. We want to have your opinion about what they think we have to go or to break through the situation, the stalemate. Because it's a situation, we need 80 votes to elect the president, and we have to discuss whether there is a goodwill to elect the president, and if yes, what are the principles to come to the name of the president, and if there is no such will, then fine, we discuss about the date of elections, and we have to show maturity. We have to be prudent and tell new government what are the key processes that must move in order to prevent stalemate, especially managing pandemic situation and budget and some major projects for the country. There is a question from participants. We will see in the background maybe. Zaima Eredini from Dragaš Municipal Assembly. A question for Prime Minister Mr. Abdullah Hoti. A large number of small municipalities have established municipal mechanisms against domestic violence, and specifics of the municipalities pose challenges in implementing many activities to support victims of domestic violence. He was Prime Minister. Did you plan to support these municipalities in challenges in this regard, knowing that now the challenges are the reintegration of victims of domestic violence because there are rural municipalities and most of the institutions are in bigger municipalities. As a result, we have to move victims to other municipalities, and then some of the municipalities they do not provide social housing as victims of domestic violence, mainly women, sometimes with children, they cannot find a place housing for them. Is there any way to subsidize or the budget grant or somehow, because these municipalities do not have budget to implement these projects? Is there anything you can promise us for our municipalities to have these mechanisms working? Another important thing is that women are mainly victims and they rely economically on the others and we cannot support them economically. This affects, of course, the well-being of these victims and also reintegration.
Mr. Prime Minister, let me add another question that's related again to domestic violence. It's by Katrina Regepi Dragusha, who asks, what assistance will there be for single mothers and victims of domestic violence by the government of Kosovo in this stage, and are they included in the law on economic recovery? If you can reply, Mr. Prime Minister, shortly, so that I can ask some sub-questions as well. Firstly, the Municipal Assembly member rightfully asks this question, victims of domestic violence. The approach of the institutions so far was such that they were supported through subsidies. The Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare and Mr. Rechica did a good work so far, and I will support them in their efforts to change the approach and so ensure that shelters in Kosovo and the expenses to treat victims of domestic violence are no longer issues of ad hoc decisions of the government or relevant ministries or municipalities or subject to subsidies and calls for applications and whatnot, but rather have them under the regular budgeting for municipalities. And as of next year, when we plan the municipal grants in March, I think that will be the time when we will address once and for all this issue. And I think all municipalities will be given a specific grant for the treatment of victims of domestic violence and the issue of shelters there. So what we want to do is to find a systemic solution. The long-term solution, however, which I see, is better institutional cooperation and law enforcement authorities, and to ensure that those perpetrators receive, firstly, the sentence, the merited sentence, but timely, in the right time, without delays, because one of the preventive measures for this is sentencing, timely sentencing. That's one of the major preventive measures, preemptive measures for victims of domestic violence. If they don't fear the hand of authorities, the perpetrators, I'm afraid, will not be withheld. When it comes to single mothers, yes, they are included in the law on economic recovery, and the Gender Equality Office, which operates under my office, is going to develop the criteria in consultation with various experts and NGOs, issues which will be regulated soon. And very soon, I believe, we will publish a call to help single mothers, which I think will cover 5,000 to 6,000. For the end, women, peace and dialogue, women and dialogue. What's your approach of the government of Kosovo? What's your plan to include more women in talks and negotiations, as well as to have the perspectives of all stakeholders working on the issue of women? Now, we have been consulted with NGOs that work on women's issues, and we had 2 open conferences already, and we work with NGOs and activists of civil society. We've had 2 roundtables. You were the facilitator in one of them, and we extensively discussed about the process of the dialogue and our approach to it. We are now at a moment where we are developing the teams working on specific topics, and what I can confirm now is that we will ensure that we will have more women represented in the dialogue and the dialogue topics, specific dialogue topics. We have received support from our international partners as well to develop these experts groups, including civil society members as well, to be as inclusive as possible. And I think that in a matter of weeks, you will see wider inclusion of women in talks and negotiations. Thank you, Prime Minister. We would continue for much longer because we would have other topics to address, but this is what the time that we had for today. So thank you to everybody that was listening. Thank you.
Përshëndetje zonja dhe zotëri.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue with the fourth discussion under the Week of Women. And we have the local elections 2021 to discuss and women breaking through. I have the pleasure to have Ms. Tehuta Agiu from AAK, who will join us through video link. She was unable to come physically. We have Mr. Orhan Ismaili, Secretary of the Democratic Party of Kosovo, and Ms. Emilia Recepi from NDS. We have various political parties and representations, members, board members, secretaries. So we will hopefully get more perspectives on this topic. It's for me a special topic of discussion because local elections are approaching soon, and they will certainly be very important, and hopefully we can discuss about the actions that political parties can take to increase women's participation and women running for elections. Last elections, there were only 8 women running for mayoral elections, and hopefully out of 400 in total, and hopefully we can have more women running for mayor next year. And so far we only have the one woman candidate who won, Mimosa Kusari Lilian. And we hope that our society can show a higher emancipation in the next elections. Let me, without further ado, move to Ms. Hagiu for opening remarks. I'd like to give you about 4 minutes each, and then we'll take some questions from the panelists. Ms. Hagiu, the floor is yours. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in this very important event of the Week of Women. Greetings to everybody. What I can say about the local elections of 2021, I expect no significant changes, unfortunately, also because of the fact that the law on elections has not been amended. And for as long as we don't amend it and align it with the law on gender equality to have a 50-50 representations, I don't expect major changes. Firstly, with regards to the representation or inclusion of women in election lists, because that would be the starting point. Because that would lead to more women in leadership positions. Because when we have more women running, they would certainly be empowered and be more accountable. What is also not good, there will be no significant number of women running because and elected because firstly I see that the men are sticking to their chairs, to that positions, because they think that they're more experienced. They don't accept the successes of women. And secondly, there isn't a significant engagement of women or a belief, confidence of women in themselves. They don't get the courage, they don't find the courage to run for local elections. So we have two things here. Firstly, they don't have the opportunity to run within the political parties themselves, and starting with my own political party as well. And to me, the starting point is to amend the law on general elections and local elections, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. Absolutely, this doesn't mean that we shouldn't speak about it and shouldn't demand it, but because we need to bring the law on elections in line or aligned with the law on gender equality. Only then will we see a change. We'll have more women in election lists, and then that would result in more women being elected, both as municipal assembly members and hopefully as mayors as well. So again, unfortunately, I don't expect major change in the next elections. The political parties haven't done a lot in this regard. There wasn't progress. My party only had one mayoral candidate in the past elections in Glogovts, and we don't have party branch women presidents. So I don't see the political parties have done enough to change this mindset. But I have a message for women. We should not stop. We must carry on to fight internally and externally until we get that right, which is guaranteed to us by the Constitution and the applicable legislation. So women's rights do not mean any violation of other rights or men's rights. It just means that we need to be equal. So let me stop here, and I look forward to the panelist discussions and the questions and answers afterwards. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hagiou, for your opening remarks. Please stay with us until the end of the discussion. I'll give the floor to Uran Ismaili for his opening remarks. Mr. Ismaili, thank you. Firstly, it's a pleasure to be here in this event, in this Week of Women, and in this discussion to discuss on local elections and general position. Tuta spoke about the law, but I would like to add something to that and to speak a little bit about the norms which are an obstacle for higher women's participation in politics. Oftentimes we see that the laws and quotas for assembly elections are not are positive, and maybe we can do more in that regard, but that is not the problem. I think the problem is the awareness level of political parties and the general cultural norm in the setting that we work in. And I think that the risk is that we should just be complacent with the laws and say that the laws offer an equality and that the laws are the same for both men and women. It's a level playing ground. It's a level playing field. So just run and fight. This way, we don't address the inherent problems, the issues, difficulties that women face. You mentioned a success story, Mimosa Kusari, but I think that any woman running for public office is a success story in itself because they broke prejudices, biases from where they live, regardless of whether they were successful or not. Because at the end of the day, they took the courage to act and to fight, to quash those traditions, those cultural norms, which are that women should not have as power, should not hold public offices. I think that mentality prevails to this date, and we will see that in the next local elections and the national elections when they come as well. I think as society, as political parties, and as men, we must do more to jointly challenge to challenge these cultural norms and to present statistics which exist that women in politics have been successful worldwide, that the democratization of a society is more complete when women participate, that economic development would be higher if there are women represented in politics, in the employment sector, in the labor sector, and everywhere. And in sum, we should address two sides of this. Firstly, it's the laws that, of course, have to be completed and amended, but also then we have to address and work with the cultural norms, and we have to challenge them and ask for a change. And that even when women are unsuccessful in their campaigns to run for public office, they have to be seen as successful and have to be praised as successful because they actually broke some prejudices with that action. So we have to commend and applaud any woman running for office, asking for more for the community, for the society, and speaking for other women that have no voice institutionally. So let me stop here, and certainly I will join in later as well. Thank you, Mr. Ismaili. So when we have only 8 women candidates out of 204, understandably the success will be smaller, less alternatives, less representation. So it's up to political parties to nominate, to propose more women, to have the public see more women running, to get used to them there, so that it can become normal and having more women being elected. So, Mr. JP, the floor is yours. Good day to everybody.
I'm really glad to have been able to be with you here today and to be able to support all women participating in the Week of Women. I would like to thank NDI, USAID, and the government of the United States who has been supporting us women in Kosovo for all these years, not only women coming from politics, but also in general our society, and has been supporting us in resolving our challenges, obstacles faced during this period of 20 years after the war in Kosovo. What's important to stress this year pertains to the topic that you gave us today, and that are local elections. These elections are a very important factor, not only Kosovo-wide, but this also impacts everyday life of all of us, and the problems from the local level are always reflected at the central one. So the relationship between the local and central level, unless it's right, the society in whole faces issues. I'm glad that this year we can talk about local elections from my current position. And if we look at our politicians down there, notwithstanding the community they come from or their political parties, this is something, and these stereotypes, as my colleague Uran mentioned, and the traditional society that somehow create some norms that we have been fighting for all these years, and which we are trying to fight through our education, independent economic status. So we as women are trying to influence all this as one of the very important challenges in the society. Of course, men are also important. It's important how much they want to listen to us, because when they do not want to listen to us, we have to fight for our fundamental rights, and then to show how much we can provide as women professionals. We can commend our society. We can maybe take Prizren municipality, considering that now I'm a part of this municipality. So we have seen an excellent operation of the executive power, and we have seen an excellent performance of women municipal assembly members. We have a lot of young women. Your party, PDK, has conducted some reforms within its structures, and you do have a lot of young women who are municipal assembly members and who know how to protect not only their party interests, but also overall interests of women. In terms of the executive power in Prizren municipality, this is the first time we see so many women, which is very important, and they are on some very important and key positions. I'm heading the culture directorate. We have a woman heading health directorate and also education directorate, finance directorate, tourism one. So these are some areas that were not seen to be led by women in other municipalities, and maybe this constant fight for our rights and pressure against political parties resulted with a major success. If I talk from the aspect of a leader of a political party, we still have omissions. We do not see as many women leaders or presidents, and this is not only the case in Kosovo, but in the Balkans in general. So in all these areas where we still have prevailing stereotypes that women should not be on the first position in anything, it's much better when they are number 2 or number 3. What's also important is that the overall media presentation today and yesterday and all the topics you've presented with all panelists who are professionals and who have a lot of experience, our young women are able to listen to everything that we have went through in our lifetime and learn lessons out of that in order to go as easily as possible through their lives. Maybe our lives were more difficult to reach our goals. However, our children, my daughters, will have much easier steps, and these stereotypes are easily becoming past. And it's on us to monitor all this and to see how is this assessed and valued by our society. Does our society want to see us a part of this? However, women are an important stakeholder in our society, as women make more than 50% of population in Kosovo, and we will always fight for our rights. I'm here for any question from all the women, ladies and gentlemen participating on this conference that's organized under very difficult conditions. I would like to thank NDI and all of you who organized this, because unless we see persistent support, or if anything lacks in your work, it directly reflects against all of us, especially young women who want to be active participants in the social life of Kosovo. Thank you.
Faleminderit shumë, zonja Rexhepi, për fjalën tuaj.
Thank you, Mr. JP, for your kind words. Let's take a question now that was asked through the video link, and we can play it. Greetings. My name is Ramiza Seydio. My question is for Mr. Uran Ismaili. Mr. Ismaili, for over 10 years, the PDK was in power, but in the last elections, it came out third. How much of this is because of women's representation in higher echelons of the party? Thank you. Thank you. Now, whether we have changed women's representation in our party, well, I have to say that in the last local elections, we have run with 3 women candidates, I think more than any other political party. Still, I admit it's not enough, because there's more needs and demands to have more women running. So, as a party, if we don't have high representation, suddenly we risk losing the support of women. It's not, I don't think, related to how long we were in power, but because there's a need for them to see more women in power. Now, I cannot say right now whether why we came out third, and whether this is related to that, but what I can say is that without having a higher concentration, a higher representation of women in politics, we will not be able to come out first. So I think this would be my answer. So whatever the reasons whatever the reasons for us coming out third, we cannot take back the first place if we don't have more women. That's for sure. We have to be aware of this, as a larger party. We have to be aware of our obligations to the society. And when we speak about economy, we have to understand that that economy is not fair, equitable for both men and women. Economy today in Kosovo is not equal to women. Women are less represented in the labor market. In the pandemic, more women lost their jobs. In the pandemic, women went back to work their house chores and other home obligations more than men. So when we come up with an economic plan, we have to bear in mind that that economic plan should not leave anybody behind. It should tackle specifically these vulnerable groups. So I think that our programs, and this is what we're trying to do right now, our program, our plan to came back as the biggest party suddenly means that we have to go, we have to find this balance of representation and gender policies. Thank you. We have a question now from Makbule Husseini, who asks all three participants and says that in the last local elections, we've had until now, we had only one woman mayor. Have this been discussed in your political parties to have more women running for mayors from your parties? We know that political parties have not yet selected their candidates for mayors. Nevertheless, I have to say, have you been discussing, have you thought of this element until now? Let's go to Ms. Hajiwa and then come back to the panelists. Thank you. This question certainly relates to what I said at the beginning. It's not that we haven't discussed it in the political party. And I represent my party, but I'm also a woman. I have to bear that in mind, and that's why I said in the beginning that we have a law, but that's not enough and we need to improve it further. On one hand, there's no willingness, courage of women, and I see in branches we are less represented there as well. But and I have to be self-critical here. We're not very open to opening this discussion even there when we represented with the leaders. I think that there is a willingness from women, but men are not entirely open to this idea. I want to be really frank and candid and speak as a woman. Unfortunately, I do not expect a major change in these elections. Thank you, Mr. JP. The same question for you.
This depends on major Albanian parties and who will run. Usually, those political parties that go to runoff elections, they know which candidate they will have. According to me, the key positions could be taken by women, and I'm sure that they would be much more professional. They could be much better in the position of a mayor than men.
Mr. Ismaili, you mentioned that you've had 3 women candidates for mayor. Can we expect more next election? We should be expecting more. We're not there yet, deciding on candidates, so I don't want to quash anyone's dreams, but I would want to see more women. And from above, from high up, we need to disperse this message. We need to convey this strong sense that we need to have women candidates, not to have a list of 3-4 men only in elections. At the end of the day, I understand that the election is for the person who's running, but I would want to see at least one woman in every election list. What we will try to do is to also do an exercise where we would want to encourage our party branches to think about potential women candidates for branches. So last elections, yeah, we did set an example. We've had more women running than any other party. Unfortunately, they did not come out successful. But as I said, I still see them as victorious and as successful, and I think that we will overcome it. In your municipality, in Mitrovica, you've had Valdetri Idrizi running for mayor, but very often we see that women are only running for mayoral elections only when we know that they virtually have no chances of winning. But could you tell us, but that was not the case with you in Mitrovica, apparently. Can you tell us your experience about this in Mitrovica as you were running?
I can tell you that what women bring in politics is climate which is not adversarial, because men can polarize the scene more than necessary, and women, facts prove that women are able to work beyond these adversarial divisions of politics, which do not come by themselves. Men really contribute to it, and represented many groups, did not consider that she represent women only or the political party because she was an activist. She was working beyond her role, and it was a pleasure to work with her in the campaign because it was a service to society, not only politics. And in that time, I was convinced that she will win, not only me, but many others, including Chairman Veseli at the time. We were quite convinced that Valdete has the qualities, and she is a woman, Mitrovica, and she was well known beyond Mitrovica as well. She did not. So I want to mention this. Based on our analysis, she had to, but this should not discourage us and think that, well, if Valdete did not win the municipality, then she, I don't know, she has to win elsewhere. There was another case, about Shala in Peja, was not considered a major force, a PDK in Peja, but she did an extraordinary campaign and set a tempo which was quite positive for our future campaigns for women candidates. We have both sides of the medal, candidating or running women in municipalities thinking that we will win, but we didn't, and also municipalities thinking that we were not powerful, but we became powerful. So was no gender aspect why we lost the municipality or not. And I consider that Valdete managed to get a good result because of Valdete name, because of the name, a very good professional, powerful woman, and created a good climate in the campaign. Unfortunately, she did not win, but she was the first one. She was leading before the runoff, but then in the runoff, she lost. So it was the maths of political parties, because in the first round she was leading, but in the runoff it is a political game more than, I don't know, the first impression of the voter. Thank you, Mr. Ismaili. Question from Arnore Catanoli in the capacity of the panelists. From experience with the parliament, she said often in Kosovo parliament in session we hear denigrating language against women. I would like to know whether any MP was punished using that language against women. Madam Redzepi, you have long experiences. Was there any sanction against MPs insulting women? And what do you consider the language used against women in the parliamentary commissions and public not always has access to?
Kojeg ja imam, bila sam znači 4 puta.
I was an MP for 4 times in Kosovo Assembly, and this hate speech against women in the parliament always exists and will always exist as much as our institutions allow this and as much as the assembly speaker approves that pertinent MP can use the specific way of wording. So if there are no legal measures and sanctions, there is ethics code and code of conduct, and all these documents stipulate the language that should be used when addressing the assembly. So I think that here as well a very important role is played by the leader of political parties in the Kosovo Assembly, and maybe this is why this phenomena is prevailing. If the sanctions are harsher, so if we see the male lobby in the parliament raising the voice to protect the women and not leaving only us as women to react. Teuta knows how many times we had such issues in the parliament. I think about Vlora Chitaku in the parliament once because of Mimosa or Teuta. But this doesn't matter. I don't need to name people. What's important is that this is always addressed against women population or women MPs. Always we need to defend ourselves. Fine, there are some of our colleagues who were with us at a specific point in time. However, this also depends on the women caucus in the parliament. And it also depends a lot of the women caucus chairperson and how much she can be independent and out of the remit of her party leader and take a position in terms of defending a woman MP that suffered this moral or verbal violence with different instances of hate speech by other male MPs. We were always there to defend our rights, and this is what was done in my legislatures. Maybe Teuta can talk about the current legislature. However, those of us who have many years of experience know how to defend ourselves and our gender, notwithstanding whether the MP will be annoyed or not. But this also depends on the assembly speaker.
Zonja Haxhiu, për ju e njëjta pyetje.
Madam Haxhiu, the same question for you. We don't hear the speaker, both is silent.
Ka problem me mikrofonin.
There is a problem with the microphone. We can continue with Mr. Ismaili, same question. Your experience, early experience, and the head of cabinet of the parliament speaker and now MP, did you have a chance, like legal gap from sanctioning parliamentary speech and your consideration about these speeches and treatment of women in parliament? Now, the issue of the speech in parliamentary practice is quite a wider debate in Kosovo, where beyond legal practices, the parliament allows some sort of a because of democratic spirit that the MPs should not be violated their right, and then that right is individual, which often, not often, but sometimes goes beyond the freedom given to the parliament and escalates in insults, and we have seen quite some insults in the assembly, and I think that here, in addition to procedural aspect, the good thing in the parliament is that there is some sort of a culture of intolerating such speech. It's not a culture encouraging the speech. I may say this as MP. It does not encourage such speech, and also us as society, we don't really want to see on our TV sets such behavior of men, and we do not tolerate this as society, and this is more important. And I did not see, of course, now parliamentary groups often find themselves and the problem of loyalty between defending MP of the political party and defending an established right. And now we have to work. Now anyone overstepping this boundary of expression and insult others, or I do not target the others and on gender basis, trying to work as parliamentary caucuses to establish a spirit not to tolerate anyone disregarding their political parties. So as parliament, we may work together and about the climate, and saying again, I don't see as a young MP, I don't see that there's a climate that people agree with this language. On the opposite, I see that if someone tries or even misunderstanding, and there is a response of all caucuses stepping away from that language. Speaking about challenges, it is a situation that is worth stressing. Of course, I'm speaking from my point of view, and and Emilia have their own views, but at least this is my view, that there is some good behavior, and gender equality is not a luxury, it's not a privilege. Gender equality should be an established right and must not be violated or targeted. No one should be targeted from gender point of view and or any other view. So there is some sort of such climate, and the rules of procedure of the parliament, I don't know, it's been under review for quite a while. To us, the MPs, and also will support civil society organizations, may improve that part.
Takođe,
If I could add, please, this also depends a lot on your basic cultural education. So starting from this, in the parliament, we have several MPs who have been using hate speech for many years, and constantly they get a lot of votes on the elections. So, despite the fact that the party leader has a major role in this, I think that the overall society voting for these persons do have a major role, especially women who vote for them. So, if you are condemning women and your daughter is looking at this, or your wife, and maybe even you as a parent should act and maybe should tell your closest ones, especially women, not to vote for such a person in the future. So you do see a lot of women of authority, as Oran mentioned, and you have a lot of educated people whose basic education would not provide any space to address women through hate speech when appearing in public. So I think that the overall society has the responsibility and should ask itself, how come we are supporting these groups of MPs, notwithstanding the political parties they come from or which ethnicity they are? I'm talking about individuals.
We are in the last 5 minutes, and we hope that we will answer two last questions. Daim Yahya, Mr. Haji, and Ismaili. women representation in state institutions was only a desire of the past governments and including the current government, and we consider the institutions should not leave it as a desire in to having women representing institutions. Therefore, the question is, will you vote in this legislature on any initiative that would force political parties in their list to have 50% representation of both genders? Speaking about quota and the list of political parties. Madam Hajiu, can you answer? Okay, now we're here. About this question, I already gave an answer, not only today, but I've been stressing this since years. I've been talking about this initiative, it's amending the law and any other law. And I will be the one not only supporting, but I will lobby. And I'm doing this. What I'm doing today, it's been since years that I'm talking about this, and this is what we need. And so, yeah, allow me to speak a bit the topic, the past topic, because I don't see myself a woman in parliament to become a victim because I'm insulted by a man. No, no way. To the best of my knowledge, no one was sanctioned for insult. And even when we came together as women caucus, there were some cases, as mentioned earlier by Emilia. But again, we cannot break through from the label of the political party in all the cases. But let's not take too much here. So let's say it's a part of the culture. As Emilia and Oran, what they said, I agree, it's a part of the culture of any MP, disregarding where it comes from, and the spectacles, the show. People want to, I don't know, to do, but we, as society, as a country, we do not stand the worst compared to other countries. And I disagree with anyone, a man or a woman, saying or may insult someone. I believe that anyone watching us would disagree with that. But no one was sanctioned. I would like someone to be sanctioned, but I don't want to see myself as a victim, to victimize myself just because they insulted me. Because people insulting, I believe that they are insulted. Okay, Mr. Smiley mentioned about legal modalities, which require also deeper social changes. But would you vote a law which requires 50% representation of both gender and these lists? Yes, I believe I consider it as a basic right about the quota. Just quickly. It's not that I'm not against women, but the quota created some sort of paralysis within political parties because we consider that, okay, they have the quota and quota will automatically bring them in the parliament, women. Therefore, we as political parties, we don't have to advocate more, like to have them represented like party agenda, because we consider that quota will bring women. I'm trying to be direct. And in addition to 50% legally, I consider that political parties must understand that it is an obligation and basic right to have women represented, but not to stop saying that there is a women quota in the parliament, but instead we have to work daily, because we want also economy, and the city should be equal for women. And oversight and supervision, the social network to be designed should be equal for women. So let's not say that, okay, quota is shifting our responsibility somewhere else, and let's move now only to political interest of men. No, I said yes, I would vote it, but we have to shift the mindset of the daily politics of political parties. I apologize for taking so long. Thank you very much for your answer and your attendance of three panelists. I hope it was fruitful. And I have to apologize to others who sent questions and I was unable to read because of limited time. And you, dear participants of the Week of Women, stay tuned. And now we will discuss safeguarding peace and stability, gender perspective in conflict resolution processes, with a interesting panel to be moderated by Leon Molazogo. Thank you and stay with us.
Well, good. In Kosovo, it's afternoon time, but good morning for our guest in North America, and good evening if there's anybody following us from Asia. Thank you all. We have hundreds of participants following us via Zoom, and also more. Can I just confirm if the translation is going okay? Okay, and we will also have a question at the end of the panel. So let me start by just a few notes of introduction, and also then we have three special guests today who will be speaking on the topic of peace building as part of the week of women organized by NDI today. First, thank you. It's a great privilege to moderate this discussion. We have today Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora of the Republic of Kosovo, Melisa Haradinaj, one of the youngest ministers, and certainly with a lot of experience in this topic, and one of the successful women in politics of Kosovo today. Also, we have a Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, Miss Ann Linde, and I will be talking more about them, briefly introducing them before we give the floor to them. And also Mr. Rob Oliphant, who is a member of Parliament, but also Secretary and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada. Let me just say a few words from my perspective on the topic. I myself I've studied peace studies, and I've been working a lot in mediation. And I have a strong impression that women in peace building would have made a world better today. I myself was born and raised in a family where the mother was very active and actually also a strong entrepreneur. And I was one of the first impressions of analysis that I had as a youngster was how difficult it was for women to be entrepreneurs and to be successful in business. So this is certainly something I was brought up with, to see this challenge, and also this was part of our lifeline as we grew up during the most difficult times in our history, during the 90s. And also, as throughout my career, I cannot help but have noticed how much not only unfair the society is, but also how big an opportunity lost is the lack of inclusion of women in decision making, and not only. First, there are so many examples from the world that when women are involved, the money is better spent, from social welfare in Brazil, or in many other examples. And also when women are in charge of governmental budgets, less is spent on weapons or highways, and much more is spent on water supply and other very much needed priorities. So this is certainly something that I personally approach with strong conviction, and I hope today with your presence and your experience, we can add wind to this cause and help persuade more to this noble cause. But the last thing I want to share is also during my stint as executive director of D4D Institute, we commissioned a study to study the lack of women in the job market in Kosovo. In Kosovo, about 80% of women at the time of our study were not included in the labor force. They were not even looking for a job, and only half of those, of the 20%, actually had a job. But the findings were not so important. The most important was the approach, where we tried not only to appeal to the sense of equality and fairness, but also to the sense of self-interest. I think whenever we try to persuade an audience, we have to appeal to their self-interest, and we tried to show how much income on average is lost for Kosovar households by not including women in the labor market. But that's all I will say from my end at this point. I will let the distinguished speakers share their viewpoints. If I may start with Minister Haradinaj, she will leave a bit earlier, so we will start with her, and I will have a few questions for her to start with, and then we can also join the discussion for everybody else afterwards. But let me start by asking first, in what way can women influence the efforts to normalize relations among societal groups which have previously been involved in conflict? And then I will follow up with it, and maybe also to contextualize, she being the only participant from Kosovo in this panel, if she can also kind of consider a little bit if she thinks, if Minister Hardina, if you think that involvement of women in the dispute between Kosovo and Serbia would have made it easier to achieve a solution.
Thank you, Ambassador Matazogo. We certainly miss you here at the MFA. Let me start by thanking also my counterpart, Minister Linde, and also Mr. Oliphant, and also the participants who are following us today. Let me start by thanking the organizer of Week of Women, the NDI, and their exceptional team, as well as the USAID, the embassies of Canada and Croatia, the UN Women for this opportunity to speak today on a very important topic, though we would prefer to meet physically. I am honored to share the panel with my colleagues from Sweden and Canada, not only for the fact that both come from very friendly countries of the Republic of Kosovo, but also model countries for the inclusion of women in governance and decision-making, and that not just on paper, but also in practice. Kosovo has a long way ahead to match your level, but rest assured that we are working hard to make ourselves heard first, and then stand out from the crowd as persons, not as women per se, who can make a significant contribution to peace and reconciliation efforts, who have a high emotional intelligence contrary to what the popular belief is, and also as individuals who can not only broker agreements, peace agreements, but also respect and implement them just as they are brokered. So this is a very important element which I will briefly touch upon again and return a bit later in a few minutes. Kosovo's journey, to relate to your question, Ambassador, Kosovo's journey as both a subject and an actor in brokering many agreements has been one of where many local and international women were the trailblazers who paved the way towards a peaceful and stable region. So many honorable ladies of our country, Kosovo, have been engaged in all important processes of state building in Kosovo, including the negotiation processes which brought the war to an end and stopped the genocidal crimes that were happening in Kosovo. It is also important and impossible not to emphasize and highlight the fact that in 2011, when the first efforts and the dialogue process of normalizing relations between Kosovo and Serbia began, the Kosovo delegation was led by a woman, Ms. Edita Tahiri, who still continues to be a great source of guidance and advice to all of us when we need that advice and when we are faced with challenges and with dilemmas in relation to the developments towards them with Serbia. So for the first time in the history of negotiations between two countries, 7 agreements of technical nature, I remember, were reached, which were then further followed by important political agreements, which now I hope will be concluded soon with a final agreement on mutual recognition, and which undoubtedly will affect the lasting peace and prosperity of the Republic of Kosovo, and not only Kosovo, but of the region in general. Today, unfortunately, in the resumed dialogue in Brussels, Kosovo is not represented by any woman. Same with the other side for Serbia, nor does the European Union itself appoint a woman as a mediator in the process, though there are many women working on the background and in the team. But on a positive note, not to always complain, however, in the topic of inclusion of women in governance, Kosovo stands very well compared to the region. And I will just lay out a few points which are important to mention. So we are the first country in the Western Balkans to elect a woman president, Madam Atifete Yayoga. Maybe you remember her. She was very active in the international arena. And today, the same office of a president is also temporarily headed by an acting president, which also is a woman, who is also the speaker of a Kosovo parliament. And personally, of course, I'm extremely honored to have the opportunity now to lead Kosovo's diplomacy, and also surrounded by many other colleagues who lead important ministries, important embassies, and important positions, MPs, and everywhere across the sector and across the country. So despite the fact that I belong to a younger generation of politicians, I'm convinced that with the help of everyone, all other women, experienced women, exceptional women, and the society in general, that we will successfully complete many important processes for furthering and cementing peace and stability in the Western Balkans region. And it has been more than 2 decades relating to the resolution 1325 when it was adopted, which I consider to have had a very positive impact on the empowerment of women in decision-making and negotiation processes, but I still consider that this process and progress is still not enough. Women have done a lot for states and societies, including for Kosovo, but the question rightly arises, are we doing enough for women? Are states and society doing enough for women and for the society in general? So I will leave this as an open-ended question for all of us to think and just contemplate about in the next 2 minutes and even beyond. And now I believe that the time has come for even greater involvement in public policy, especially of the younger generation of women in Kosovo, who have proven to be successful in various areas of life, in politics, civil society, business, media, arts, and sports, of course. So women of Kosovo continue showing how capable and strong they are. And we may name countless examples of very unique epitomes of women across many sectors who have played a great role in our society. So I want to use this opportunity and this very specific moment today to also thank and express the highest honor and respect to many women and girls who are standing on the front lines as health personnel caring for many patients, including all of us affected by COVID-19. I want to conclude with a strong belief that women everywhere must play a key role in peace building and overall social development. And this role must be acquired by ourselves on our own, not by asking inclusion for the sake of gender balance, but by taking over the gap, the existing gap. And as I emphasized in the beginning, with a strong willpower to move things forward and higher to a higher level, with a great capacity and competence for taking over the task and finishing it successfully and with responsibility. And also something of which I consider of paramount importance is also with a bold confidence that we can broker peace and advance stability within our own countries and in the region. Historically, I think you all agree with me that it was women who brokered agreements, while it was men who did not respect them. So now time has come for women and societies to support women to be leading peace processes, but also leading its implementation and its effective fruition coming to reality. So I'm convinced that women in politics and business will be key in the process of economic recovery. And after we pass this pandemic, we also will be engaged in restoring trust in the highest democratic and social values such as peace, tolerance, understanding, mutual respect, and also solidarity between peoples and states, which has proved itself to be one of the most important elements, disregarding, especially now in pandemic, disregarding our differences. So I'm concluding my remarks here and gladly welcome any of your questions afterwards. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Aladina Stubla. Thank you very much for the kind words on this important occasion, and also for reminding us of the strong female personalities that Kosovo has had in its history. And I hope that collectively, all those women can contribute also to institutionalized practices so we can lift all boats. And so overall, gender equality becomes more present in Kosovo and further afield. But also, I think you're fully right, because most conflicts were not initiated by women. It's in the conflict studies parlance, we often have a term called ethnopreneurs, the ethnic entrepreneurs who benefit from the conflict, and most of them historically have been men. But at least on the peace building side, we can involve women, and as you say rightly, not for the sake of equality only, but also more so because the world can be better. Can be a better place from their inclusion. Let me just maybe propose, because since you're leaving, and you may, but I'm sure you will be have the chance to watch the videos of the other of your colleagues afterwards. But Sweden and Canada have been two countries at the forefront of pushing great values forward, and Kosovo can partner perhaps to also, so we can also help not only promote gender equality and peace building in Kosovo, but also further afield. So we can partner with our experience of conflict together with countries that have been promoting gender equality for many decades now successfully all over the world. But thank you. If there are any other, I know you have to leave in a few minutes, but if there are any parting thoughts you would like to share with us, it would be great. That's all. We're not hearing. I'm not hearing anything, but.
I'm sorry, I muted myself. So I'm saying I'll leave it at here for now, and I look forward to hearing my colleagues, Minister Lind and Mr. Oliphant as well, hearing their views and their exchanges on this very important topic. So thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Now it's the turn of the floor to Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, Ms. Ann Linde. And I would like to give as much time to her talk, so I will not be making any lengthy introduction. But what I will share a few words that almost everywhere where I have been, Sweden specifically and Nordic countries are present with a strong imprint on human rights in general and on gender issues in specific. But not only that, this soft power is so high. And I will recall a case when I went to one country in Asia. I will will not share the name of the country, and I asked think tanks, so which country do you think would be helpful if they kind of put in a word about Kosovo to the leadership of this country? And they told me it's better none of the bigger powers because they're a bit rivals in this country for influence. But how about you should ask one of the smaller countries which has strong sort of influence when it comes to human rights and other matters, and they specifically mentioned Sweden. So I realize how powerful the image is of Sweden in many countries, very far, including in the furthest parts of Asia. But without adding anything more, may I turn to Ms. Linde, Minister Linde, to give us your view on the topic today.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to participate here today. And also, of course, even if my colleague Milica Harajdi and I have left, still the Parliamentary Secretary Rob Oliphant is here. I appreciate that. And it gives me a certain pleasure to speak at an NDI event in Kosovo, even if it's virtually, because some years ago I took part in an absolutely amazing activity in Kosovo together with Madeleine Albright and the former president of Kosovo, Atifete Jagaga. And I think it was nearly 1,000 women who took part. I mean, it was amazing. And we took also a common resolution on women and equality in the Western Balkans. So that was a great memory for me. This year, it's amidst of the pandemic, and we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the groundbreaking United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. Together, we need to ensure that the crisis is used as an opportunity to build back better and more equal, instead of being used as an excuse for backtracking on the achievements we have made. Women's participation in peace processes is key to sustainable and legitimate outcomes. Women's perspective in conflict resolution and reconstruction is necessary to address needs for the whole population. As the first country in the world, Sweden launched a feminist foreign policy in 2014. The Women, Peace and Security agenda is a key component of this policy. It means that women need to be part of delegations to peace talks. Peace negotiations should be informed by a gender perspective. Reporting from conflict should include gender analysis. Women's organizations should be consulted regularly. Conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence need to be addressed. We have used our international engagement to advance this. During our tenure in the United Nations Security Council 2017 to 2018, our persistent efforts to promote women, peace and security yielded results. All negotiated mandates for peacekeeping and political missions got strengthened gender provisions. Presidential statements adopted contain references to the situation and participation of women. More women civil society briefers than ever before were invited, which resulted in better informed decisions. In the EU context, we have promoted an EU action plan for women, peace and security and strengthened the EU capacity in this field, including the EU crisis management missions, dialogue and mediation efforts, and post-conflict reconstructions. As Sweden takes on the chairpersonship of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, in 2021, we will, of course, include women, peace and security as a priority. Participation of women needs to be ensured in all phases of conflict. We must continuously monitor the achievements on paper, translated into concrete action on the ground, making difference in people's lives. This brings me to Kosovo and our work with our partners there. I have had the pleasure to visit Kosovo in different roles throughout the years, and I hope to return soon. Sweden has a long-standing engagement for the promotion of gender equality in Kosovo and the region. The advancement of the Women, Peace and Security agenda is central to this. We look forward to further engage with Kosovo and Minister Haradina on these important issues. We support increased participation of women in decision-making, including in the ongoing normalization dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. We also support cooperation between women on different ethnicities and work against gender-based violence. Our bilateral development cooperation contributes to implementing this. Sweden supports capacity building efforts by a civil society organization called Regional Women's Lobby, as well as the Agency for Gender Equality in the Office of the Prime Minister. The objective is to support a more resilient, equal and inclusive society that ensures participation of women. This can only be done in cooperation with our partners in Kosovo, many of you here today, and in cooperation with the EU, the OSCE, and the international community. The rights of women and girls are under heavy pressure. We are experiencing a backlash in international negotiation on gender issues where the actual term gender equality is challenged. This is creating divides and we risk going backwards in different international documents. We must therefore join forces to advance women's rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Linda. Linda, I hope we can come back to you with some follow-up questions after that, but perhaps I'd rather give Mr. Oliphant the floor first, and then we can try to see how much time we have for any follow-up questions or further discussion more specifically. Mr. Rob Oliphant, also Canada has been very active globally and in Kosovo specifically, both in peace building and in the field of gender equality. And both from your engagement here locally, but also worldwide, I would like to ask you to take the floor and share with us your experience in the intersection of these two fields.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon. Bon après-midi. Mirham Branma. I think Google's dangerous, but when I looked up good afternoon in Albanian, that's what it came up with. I really want to thank NDI for convening this event, which Canada is very pleased to support. I also want to say what an honor it is to have been introduced early, along with Sweden, as a good friend of the Republic of Kosovo. That is something that is very important to Canadians. We have, I hope, been a good friend, will continue to be a good friend to Kosovo, having recognized your independence early and continuing to know that the recognition of that is only a very early stage, that what we do is we continue to be a friend, to find ways to support. And being a friend means we also learn from Kosovo. It's a two-way street. So today's event is really a wonderful opportunity to both offer a Canadian perspective, but also to learn from the experience that Kosovo brings to the world. It's a great honor also to be here with Minister Ann Linde, and we've been on a couple of Zoom things like this recently, and she continues in the wonderful tradition of Swedish foreign ministers who bring the world into Sweden and Sweden into the world. So it's a great honor for me to be here with you today. And the Government of Canada is completely committed to promoting gender equality, women's empowerment, and the fight against violence against women in Canada and around the world. Just a note on Canada, we are far from perfect in this, but our government has attempted to bring a gender lens to all our domestic policies as well as to our foreign policy. Half of the cabinet is now women, 50% women. We don't have that yet in our parliament, but we had our 100th woman elected to parliament this week, or a few weeks ago, and we now have 100 out of 338 parliamentarians who are women. I think that our COVID response in Canada has been profoundly affected by having a cabinet that is half women. So looking at the disproportionate effect of COVID-19 on women, on the home, on the kind of security issues that women care about, has profoundly affected us. We also bring that into our feminist foreign policy and very much need to take our hat off to Sweden, who led the way on that. And Canada is an early adopter to having also advanced a feminist foreign policy, which influences everything we do in the world, whether it's our international policy on human rights, advocacy on those issues, trade, security, peace building, peacekeeping, diplomacy, international assistance, humanitarian aid. All of those things are shaped by a feminist perspective. And that means that we continue to try to bring not only women, but the role of women and girls into a broad light to ensure that they not only have participation because they're women, but because the world will be better if more women are participating in all these activities. In Kosovo, this means that we've been proud to support a wide range of initiatives, including today's event. We also work on supporting the political empowerment of women, on equipping women and girls with 21st century skills, supporting better research and action on the fight against violence against women, just to name a few examples. And all of this is supported by the Embassy of Canada's program, which is the Canada Fund for Local Initiatives. These are small grants to local groups that are seeking to empower citizens to be their best, to help shape democracy, representation, and equality in the countries that we are engaged with. So this year, we're also supporting a project by UN Women Kosovo that tries to help some of Kosovo's most vulnerable women, including women from minority groups, deal with some of the most difficult consequences of COVID-19. As I said, it affects women disproportionately. I am keenly aware of my gender on this panel and in this virtual room today. I was very glad the moderator mentioned the strong role of his mother. I would echo that. Also growing up in a family with 3 sisters. I was the only boy, and growing up in a family with a father who very much respected my mother and her full and equal participation in every part of our family, and 3 sisters who've all been exceptional in their fields of endeavor and have contributed tremendously, taught me at an early age about the value that women bring. And I think that it also reminds us, my presence here, that this work is not women's work. This work is the work of men and women together, that we all will benefit if women and girls participate fully in the economy, in our society, in cultural activities, and in every part of governance that we're talking about today. My respect and thanks go to women who are peace builders, who are peacemakers and are peacekeepers. And I know that some of you are in the audience today, and I thank you for your ongoing efforts, because I also understand it's not easy. Women can't just be as good as men in this world. We're not at that stage yet. They have to be better than men just to be seen as equal. We recognize the pressure that that puts on women, and hopefully as society progresses through this next century, we will see that ease, and that women will simply be allowed to be themselves and will succeed for who they are. It's especially relevant to be engaging in these timely discussions in Kosovo today, because you are experiencing firsthand the importance of women's participation in all stages of peace negotiations. Canada supports the ongoing European-led reconciliation and peace building between Serbia and Kosovo as an important reminder to the world about how it is that we live together on this planet. And I'm sure that some of the lessons learned as that peace process continues will demonstrate to the whole world the importance of engaging women in women, peace, and security efforts. And they're applicable here as well. We will be watching, learning, supporting, hoping, praying, engaging to make sure that this process continues well. Because we know that the evidence is clear. When women take part in peace negotiations, the quality and sustainability of peace is improved. It's been studied, it's known, it's true. More inclusive, gender equal, and peaceful societies result when women are engaged. Some facts. A study of 82 peace agreements in 42 armed conflicts signed between 1989 and 2011 found they were more lasting when women were signatories to those agreements. The same study also found that peace agreements signed by women had more provisions aimed at genuine political reform and had a higher rate of implementing those provisions. Research also shows that women's security is a key factor in overall state security and the prevalence of conflict and war. It's not trite to say it, it's true. Women are vital to international peace and security. They sit down, they negotiate, they reach agreements, they make those agreements more sustainable, and they're likely to conclude in deals that result in real action. So then we have to ask why, as Minister Linde said, after 20 years of the adoption of the UNSCR 1325 on women, peace, and security, is women's expertise in security still too often overlooked? It is something we have to engage in, commit to, and work towards. So we have to implement an agenda. We have to look at the barriers to that happening, look at men's responses, the reluctance of societies to engage women fully, and the ability for us to actually improve all of our lives if women are engaged. Earlier this year, the Women, Peace and Security Focal Points Network, which is co-chaired by Canada and Uruguay, met to try to answer that question. What we heard is that women peace builders are still rarely represented in the formal peace and security decisions. As we just heard earlier, Women are often behind the scenes. That's great. We need to bring them to the front, not from the back rooms, but at the table. Women also lack funding for their work and are threatened, even attacked, for daring to build bridges and to work in peace building. Canada recognizes that we must address our funding needs and target it towards women and women's groups. On October 30th, our minister, Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, announced $5 million in new and dedicated funding for organizations in the Global South that support women at grassroots level, being peace builders. Canada's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, with our formidable ambassador, Jackie O'Neill, is something that we are engaged in around the world, key to our feminist foreign policy. We're tracking those efforts, measuring them, and trying to advance them. Impact-driven, evidence-based plans will address these gaps. We're committed to doing it. We're pushing other countries to do it. Like Sweden, we're one of those middle powers. We're not as influential as some of the big players, but by persistence, by the values that we share on the international rules-based order, the rule of law, democracy, human rights, engagement, we hope that we can build a large band of followers and supporters to be with us on that. In that, Kosovo not only needs to be a follower, but I'm encouraging you today to be a leader. I'm encouraging you to step up and engage with us, and we will support you every step of the way. In closing, I just want to thank NDI for doing this work. We're proud to support it, even in a small way. We will continue to support it. And closing, just thanks to all the women who work as peace builders, formally or informally, making our world a better place. The gender gap is real. We'll close it. And that's not just to include women, but it's for the betterment of men, boys, women, and girls. Thank you very much. Merci.
Mr. Oliphant, for Foreign Secretary, Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada, thank you very much for what I thought was an excellent presentation and one of the best I've heard in a long time. So thank you, much appreciated. So allow me just very short sort of summary and maybe a few follow-up thoughts if we can follow on that. I'll start with the second speaker. Mr. Oliphant, fully right to highlight that women are the disproportionately affected by the conflict. And this was the case in Kosovo, and this is the case with most conflicts. It's in a way, it's a bit unfair. And not only that they're not the category, they're a category that disproportionately less instigate the conflict, and also they're less involved in addressing and in reaching a peace deal, but they're the category that is most affected by the conflict. So there's a glaring negative, disproportional effect there that we have to address. But you're also fully right, and this is also, I speak from a personal experience, that for women to excel in every walk of life, they have to be better than most men because of the mistrust and the unfairness that we treat women who are leaders in our society. So we have to do much more there. And also, you're also, as empirically, there's evidence, as you argue, that when women are involved in peace building, they're more durable, and this is certainly the case. But and it's obviously, in a way, it's because women are the victims of structural violence in most of our societies, and also of structural inequality. And structural inequality that is, in the first place, the cause of conflict among ethnic groups, which is how it most typically manifests. But it's typically a consequence of many structural inequalities, not the least along the gender divide. But I want to turn back to Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, and strong a much great appreciation for the work you do worldwide and in Kosovo as well as in much of the world. And I've seen it as a think tanker, and I've also seen it as ambassador, because I was in charge in much for a big chunk of Asia, and with our modest capabilities, obviously, to try to lobby for recognition and to develop first line of contact with most of these countries. But may I ask you to ponder a little bit more on your, which may be common knowledge to most participants, but more practically, during your chairmanship with OSCE, what type of work will you be doing to promote this cause in the conflict areas in Europe and Asia? I mean, in the OSCE countries, obviously.
Well, thank you. Yeah, well, OSCE has 57 member countries, if so everybody knows that. But our work is to work broadly with the women, peace and security, not only within political and military efforts, but also to include economic, environmental, and human security efforts. And this including field missions, and I have personally spoken with the head of the missions, for example, for Ukraine, a representative for Transnistria. I was at the mission in Georgia, and now we will ask them to put in gender analysis in the reports from the mission, and also we note that the OSCE mission in Kosovo has designed a series of training for the Victims Advocacy and Assistance Office to help provide legal, psychosocial, and gender-sensitive support to victims of domestic violence. And this is in direct response to the increase in domestic violence cases in Kosovo that we have seen in the last 6 months. The mission has organized 2 meetings in the Prizren region and a series of meetings with local women caucuses and municipal officers for gender equality in order to identify their capacity building needs and increase women participation in decision-making process. In OSCE, there are 3 different dimensions. Is the military dimension, is the economic and environmental dimension, and it's the human rights dimension. And we will have a women perspective in each of the different 3 dimensions. I also note that also in the OSCE there is a backlash, especially when it comes to use gender equality, gender-based violence. We had at the Tirana ministerial meeting now last week 2 resolutions that I think should be rather, well, not controversial at all. One was about how can we implement better the United Nations 1325 resolution in the work of the OSCE, and the other was how can we get a better gender equality in the OSCE panels and the OSCE work? There were veto on both resolutions, so we could not take them at the ministerial meeting. And I think that that is a clear sign of the backlash. We also see in the European Union where there are special declarations, for example, from the Polish government, that they don't want to use gender anymore. They just want to mention men and women, but gender should be abolished from the documents. And so on. I have many more concrete examples, but this is unfortunately something where we have to fight to keep what we have already, decisions that we have already taken. And 1325, that's 20 years ago. I mean, it shouldn't be a question even that we should implement it. And still, that was a veto on that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Oliphant, if I have a small question for you. You mentioned the Ukraine in Kosovo, and this is something I want to end with, but I would like to get your opinion because I think it's when countries like Sweden and Canada promote an issue like this, sometimes in the developing world and in a world which is struggling with these challenges, may be seen as a bit of a, I mean, by parts of the society, may be seen as a bit of a luxurious topic to talk. It's considered kind of a developed country's problem. This is the overcome. So when you call for a country like Kosovo to get involved, which I would fully subscribe, and this is one of the topics I asked Minister Haradinaj Stubla to consider, and I think it does make a strong sense for a country which is itself struggling with these kind of topics to take the lead alongside countries such as yours. But how would you envision that involvement more specifically? So would you see a country like Kosovo in a way taking the banner, and you don't have to excel yourself in all these matters to take the banner. It can be something you have a strong willingness to move forward. How could you bring along a country like Kosovo to lobby, so to say, and advocate on a topic like this worldwide?
No small question there. I don't think you ever have small questions, Ambassador, which is a good thing. Underneath all of this are structural prejudices against women. They're embedded in society. My background, I'm a Christian pastor. That's my career before being a politician. In the church and in the Christian church and in most religions, women are demeaned. They're undervalued. In culture, in society, the tasks that women do are less valued. In Canada right now, women make 68 cents on the dollar that a man makes. That's an economic reality, and it is magnified in developing countries as well. I would say that human rights, gender rights can never be seen as a luxury. They can't be seen as Western versus Eastern, as Northern versus Southern, as developed versus developing. They have to be seen as part and parcel of our world improving. And what we do is sometimes we have to make the argument that it is about self-interest that we extend human rights. And I made this argument in the developing country recently with the president, a couple of years ago, actually. I was with the president of a large developing country who said that, well, we understand how Canada has human rights, but we don't have that luxury yet because we have poverty and we need development and we need education and we need healthcare. And I said, you won't get those things until you actually extend human rights. It promotes investment. It promotes development. Women are simply not engaged enough in society, in the economy, in culture, in security, in all of those things. And they're simply, it's a wasted asset. And so if we want to make our world, a country like Kosovo, any country better, we engage the full population. Why take 50% of the population and put it outside the productive box? Productive economically, productive in terms of governance and politics and democracy. It absolutely, and you can tell I am a preacher. I start getting into this like a preacher would, because it is absolutely critical to recognize that this is not a women's issue. This is not about women finding their place and getting a good job or doing this. That will happen. This is about men and women both benefiting from expanding the ability of human beings to engage. And that's what we're going to do. And Kosovo is on the right path. Kosovo is moving, and our job as other countries is to encourage it, to support it, never to be a kind of colonial outside power saying anything has to be done, but to demonstrate that Kosovo will reach its full potential. And the world needs Kosovo. The world needs Kosovo as a symbol, yes, of a new country finding its way, but the world also needs Kosovo more than as a symbol because of its talent and because of its ability. So end of sermon, but it's critical that we get that out there. This isn't about the West. It's not about Canada or Sweden. This is about human beings and engaging. and finding, whether it's in sub-Saharan Africa, whether it's in former Soviet Union countries, former Yugoslavian countries, whether it's, no matter where it is, we will do better when we respect the full potential of every human being. That's...
Mr. Oliphant, thank you very much for a wonderful end. We have a question for Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, Ms. Linda. If we can take that question from the public, and then I'll just try to wrap up briefly.
Greetings. My name is Jasmina Djekic. I live and work in the municipality of Gračanica. I am a lawyer by vocation, and I would like to greet the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Ann Lind. I would also like to ask her a question, and the question is related to the topic we are covering today. We are all very well aware that the current practice until now, the respectively representation of women in negotiation processes, was minimal. Hence, I would like to ask, what could one woman politician should do in order to receive adequate, I would like to say, direct negotiation position in peace talks? That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ms. Jasmina Djekic. Minister Lind, do you have the translation, or should I summarize the question for you? We cannot hear.
Sorry. No, I got the translation. Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's very important. I think that in order for a woman politician to get adequate position and role and responsibility in the peace building is the same issues that needs to be done as to get women in all other areas. One is to make an awareness about the lack of women and what that means. In this specific case, we know that if there are not women in peace processes, any peace agreements are less sustainable. And there is a lot of research on this. So first, making the case why it is so important to get women into the peace-building activities. The second is to make alliances, to get other organizations and women and mediators network to lift the case. As one example, I'm very, very engaged in Yemen. And I am actually the only foreign minister who has spent a full day in Yemen since the conflict broke out more than 5 years ago. And I've met so many women in Yemen who are constructive and wise and knowledgeable, and it could be really an asset in the peace talks. And as Rob said, it's such a waste that you don't use all the wisdom and the knowledge of half the population. And in this case, the women are not let into the rooms of any peace talk. So anytime I speak with the partners of the conflict, and those around it, like the foreign minister in Yemen, or foreign minister of Saudi Arabia, or foreign minister of Iran, or any other who had anything to do with the conflict, I always bring up the need for taking women into the peace process in any way. And I think that's important also, not to have to struggle yourself all the time, but to get the work done together. And also using organization like the UN Women, who is a very, very good and strong organization. They work a lot with women, peace and security. and also using the network that, for example, NDI is providing to get the case of why it's so important. So I really think that there are many things to do, but you can never do it totally alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Linda. Thank you, Mr. Oliphant. I really wish that in our world this would have been something part of the common sense, to involve 1/2 of our population in something which is so essential, and not only, but in everything that is around, but unfortunately that's not the case. So I want to thank first both of your governments and you personally for taking the banner and being at the front line of such a worthy cause, and the worthy cause that will all of us, as Mr. Oliphant said, will benefit from. And as has been demonstrated, the world will be better if women are part of the decision-making in all aspects, including in peacemaking. I want to thank Minister Haradinaj Stubla, not only for the words said, which she said today, but also for being part of the courageous women that, I think, as we said today, did better than her counterparts to be noticed as a woman and to be given such an important portfolio and responsibility. But not only that, but also, as this is an historically a process that will take time, also for serving as a role model for young women of Kosovo to see that this is doable. And I'm fully convinced that with so many women in leadership positions, more women will take the courage and try to fight for what is part of their right in the future. But also, and I think I want to end with a call that Kosovo, as part of its niche diplomacy, that this is one of the topics that we should take the leadership. As a small country, we cannot probably take the leadership in many topics, but Kosovo has been doing well, and we are a role model for decentralization, role model for some topics, and also we have great experience in peace building and talks. And I hope that gender will be at the very front line, at the very short list of topics that we can take the lead forward. For those of you who have been to Kosovo, you probably understand Kosovo sees itself as a European country that wants to claim back its role in Europe, and doing more for this cause is certainly the shortest path to claiming its place back in Europe. So thank you for a wonderful panel, and I hope to see and host you in Kosovo in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
ka ndikuar e jashtëzakonisht në jetën time, sepse aty kam mësuar shumë çka. Gjërat e cilat unë nuk I kisha mësuar me vite, ndërsa aty I kam përmirësuar për një javë. Dhe tëra kjo, fal panelisëve dhe grave pjesëmarrëse që ishin javën e gruas. Për mua, është njëra ndër eksperiencat më të bukura jetësore që unë kam pas. Një ndër qëllimet e pjesëmarrjes time në këtë javë të gruas ka qenë të një gra të suksesshme dhe me të cilat kanë krijuar raporte korrekte e pothuajse që nga ajo kohë, secila nga ne donte në suksesin të të arritura tona. Gjithashtu ne konsultohemi për çdo sfidë dhe ofrojmë ndihmë sa herë kërkohet, duke përkrahur iniciativa që kanë të bëjnë me tematika të ndryshme, e sidomos ato me gra.
Pas javës së gruas dhe më pastaj pas akademisë kemi përfituar jashtëzakonisht shumë dhe unë tani ushtroj detyrën time të re si këshilltare politike në zyrën e feminist. Java e gruas ka qenë ndër përvojat më të mira, e cila ka bartë një energji pozitive tek të gjithë pjesëmarrësit, po ashtu ka qenë determinues që unë t'i futem rrugës së politikës dhe të mirën me politikën në ta. Java e gruas bëri të mundur zgjerimin e rretëzimit të të gjitha gratë, përfshirë dhe mua në një karrierë të suksesshme politike. Pjesëmarrja në javën e gruas ka ndikuar shumë pozitivisht në zgjerimin e bashkëpunimeve politike dhe profesionale në çdo aspekt. Arritjet e kompetencave të mia profesionale, avancime të vazhdueshme politike, duke ndjekur trajnime, seminare, konferenca të ndryshme. Për avancimin tim profesional dhe politik brenda partisë ka ndikuar shumë, duke u kandiduar si kandidate për asamble në zgjedhjet lokale të vitit 2017, një herë të zgjodha dhe kryetare forumit të gruas LDK Dega në Gjakov. Të gjitha këto fal angazhimeve të mia si pjesëmarrëse në javën e gruas në Akademi e Gruas për Leadership dhe trajnimeve tjera që organizon NDI-ja.
Upoznala sam mnoge bitne ljude iz sveta, iz različitih segmenta u poslovnom svetu. To su bila velika imena sa ogromnim iskustvom iza sebe i dugogodišnje. Ono što sam ja naučila od njih jesu neke nove stvari i veštine što se tiče javnog zagovaranja u političkom životu, poslovnom životu, takođe i u ličnom životu i te veštine su meni u narednom periodu jako pomogle. Ono što je meni bilo najinteresantnije je da sam nakon učestvovanja u Nedelji žena došla do ideje da i sama registrujem, oformim nevladinu organizaciju koja se zove Women.
Me sesioneve interaktive, individuale dhe grupore, duke ju referuar gjithashtu atë studimit, aktësimit, komunikimit para publikut. Na mundësuar një rrëtëzim grupor për zhvillim politikave, që për mua nuk ka qenë vetëm mundësi e parë, për elaborim politikave lokale, apo edhe aktivizimit tem në një grup, në mes femrave me realizimit ndryshme të aktivitetet të tyre. Kjo për mua ka qenë mundësi e zhvillimit profesional dhe personal gjithashtu, ku faljavës gruas kam arritur të krijoj kontakte shumë të mira me aktiviste të partive të tjera, aktiviste shoqërisë civile, si dhe komuniteteve të tjera, vajza dhe gra këtu të shumë zonave të mrekullueshme, ku me shumë prej tyre ndajmë ende kontakte.
Let's come back now to the session as a part of the Women's Week of Women. It is important topic, just like any other discussed in the past 2 days, in these 2 days, Week of Women. It is climbing the glass cliff by youth and women. Important topic because all this should start from political parties. In 2019 in Kosovo, parliamentary elections were organized, fourth after the independence of Kosovo. And disregarding improvement legal framework and progress reached, Kosovo still faces challenges in ensuring equal opportunities for all citizens in participation in political processes. While no political party increased the number of women candidates in their election, over 30% threshold required by law, record number voted and youth were voted without quota, and this shows about emancipated voter and political culture. But for gender equality, it should start from political party. What political parties must do in order for this equality to be reached in 50-50. We will discuss this topic with the leader of Vedvendosje, Self-Determination, former Prime Minister of Kosovo, Albin Kurti, who is now online with us. Greetings, Mr. Kurti. Greetings back. We have an important topic, a topic which requires an answer. First, I would like to know about the participation of women and youth in politics. Is this essential for democracy? Yes, surely, because democracy, from etymology of the word, is affirmation of the whole, and this whole may not be fully represented without participation of all structure of society. So it is condition of democracy to have the participation and representation of everyone. There cannot be democratic policy making without proper representation, so the approach is unacceptable, saying that men do politics not only for the men, but everyone, and automatically they are decision makers guiding social development. Without participation of youth and women, there is no democracy because there is no entirety. And women and youth not only make the entirety, but they make the majority. So democracy is the system aiming at universality, and only participation of all parts makes it full or entire. You have said this, Mr. Kurti, in your statements that for social equality, there should be gender equality. And I've seen this, and I heard it in many of your interviews, but it should start from political parties. So what Vedvendosje movement did on this? Equality must include political parties. I think that they have some extra responsibility but we should not expect that it will start or end with political parties. I think that at the same time, it should be everywhere, in the family, in public sphere, in society, and in institutions. But I don't see this only as inclusion, top-down, but as participation, which is bottom-up approach. And as a result, the Vedvendosje movement, we are in the brink of changing or amending our statute, having the organization of women of Vedvendosje and youth of Vedvendosje in order to have cooperation, not only competition, to have solidarity between genders, because we want to empower women and challenge men. This is the reason why with Vedvendosje we started amendments of the statute and aiming at voting in the next council of the General Council due on the last days of this year. On the other hand, we were not happy with the number of women candidates in our list running for MPs. Last year when we won the candidate list for municipal assemblies, we often went beyond 30%, but we are happy with the fact that women MPs of Edvindosie now sitting in the Parliament of Kosovo, none of them needed a quota to become MP. This is another phenomenon. Yes, another phenomenon because of a law on elections. One of the MPs, Tinka Korti, although having the votes, just because she's a woman, she's not sitting in the Parliament of Kosovo, because an MP should be replaced with an MP of the same gender, but a woman MP in a political party which went beyond 30% quota, she did not manage to enter the Parliament of Kosovo. Yes, it is true. It is discrimination because it was not foreseen. Such a situation was not foreseen when MP becomes a minister, and there may be women MPs or women candidates. And we lost the connection. We have some internet connection. We hope soon we will have the leader of Edvindosie Korti back in the interview to discuss an interesting topic for our audience, because we have men and women, but we have many women who are aiming at politics, and it is important for them to find out what is the glass cliff and what political parties can do for women to develop, not to need quota to enter the parliament. Mr. Kuti, you're back. Please continue. I hope you can hear me. First, we need to recognize the current situation in our society, that women carry the double burden of household work, which are endless, but also they have double activism because they are engaged in general politics and also gender issues. Women do not work only for women, but they should work also for women. That's why in the Edvindosie movement we want to activate educated women and educate active women. In institutional and political life, we see women more included than participating, namely more to be integrated than to get liberated. And also we want that inclusion and participation should end in favor of participation, and we lost the connection again because participation is participation with equality. At the end, I wanted to stress that solidarity, gender solidarity in various bodies in the party and others bringing women together, I believe should be the first word in emancipation in the coming months and years. Competition among women we have seen, but what we need more is solidarity, gender solidarity, and we need men to help who are emancipated about gender equality. You said in the last elections, you did not overcome 30%. To have more women, it's not that we were surprised because we recognize the women, but we know that they are sitting in the parliament not because of quota, but because of the trust of the citizens. Will you take concrete measures, Mr. Korti, that in Edvindosie movement, since you reached the glass cliff, as we titled it, will you continue to support them to have the list 50-50%? Yes, I'm interested too, and we lost the connection again. We focus on the composition of our society and population, but it would be much better, let's say, instead of 30%, let's say have 40% and overcome 40% and strike 50%, rather than having 50% and then it will be difficult to meet this quota, and that would be rather formal than substantial. So I'm in favor of a gender quota, affirmative action, and positive discrimination. I support all these, but I'm not in favor of having 50% and then fail to reach them immediately. Let's say 30 or 40%, and let's go beyond, as happened with Vendosi, which is a good practice and experience. So quota is there, but we go beyond, and in this way, no woman MP needed it. So let's have the quota, but make it redundant. Yes, but not have it like only formal, just as you say, not only representation. And that is a role of political parties after those women become MPs, and also the youth MPs. It is the role of political parties to grant them the opportunity to develop them or support them to move forward. And this is done when they're given more room in media rather than men, especially when important political issues are discussed, the major topics. Is it an important mechanism of political parties that in these topics to involve more women, to grant them the opportunity, to have easier campaign for the coming campaign to become a well-known name? Yes, I agree fully. We need more presence of women in public sphere, including media, and we should encourage people in general to support women supporting other women. So women who are supporting other women should be supported by the whole society. But also, let's not limit ourselves with political representation, but let's say education, healthcare play very important role for women in society, and then parenting and a number of kindergartens and parental leave, supporting routine control free of charge, especially the gender issues such as breast cancer, would guarantee like an ease to women and girls, because sometimes we lost the connection again. Girls coming in those positions, in order to increase women representing, we should improve their conditions in working conditions, in education, and in their families. Mr. Corti, I was researching your days of Prime Minister, how many times you mentioned gender equality, and how many times you attended various events of gender equality, and coincided March 8th, International Women's Day, and I seen your statement saying that we cannot resolve this issue soon, 30% decision making. But how much was done about the decision making, not only representation, to have these women in the right spot in terms of raising and having the voice heard? Okay, your attention decision making is correct, because just like inclusion is not enough without participation, but also participation is insufficient vis-a-vis decision making. Women should be there where decisions are taken, and decisions should be taken where women are, because ultimately women and youth constitute the majority of population in the Republic of Kosovo. I don't think that ever we have done enough, because we still face these issues. So we cannot be self-sufficient unless we have changed the results. I'm not saying that we could have done it like immediately, but it was possible to do more. But examples, good practices should be repeated, and on the other hand, to see other possibilities which improve the position and enhance the role of women in our society. And in this regard, let me stress again, in electoral competition, there is quite some competition, but it is important that in political parties to have cooperation and gender solidarity, and women should be appraised. So the women supporting the others should be appraised more. And about decision making, in this terms of decision making, what is Vedvendosya doing? Did you meet did you meet because from the mayors about the department directors in the municipality and in municipal governance? Let's start from the chairmanship of Vedvendosya. Without any quota, we have met the 30% quota, and secondly, I have the vice president. I have two. One is a woman, Fatmire Koltsako, who is also a member of the parliament and the head of the Parliamentary Commission for Security, and the head of the Professional Commission, the Ornamental, is a woman, and the organization secretary is a woman, Flora Hadji Mehmeti. So let's say that out of two, as a president, the head or coordinator of a professional committee and the organization committee, and both are women, and one is a vice chair. Now, with regards to municipal assemblies, women candidates, in some places we have overcome, went beyond quota, but it is important to have more women in the directorate of Vedvendosya. After more municipalities, we will win in the autumn of next year, and I'm convinced that the next elections will make us increase enormously the number of women directors. Questions are coming from the audience, as expected, Mr. Kurti, and I would like to give them the opportunity to be part of this discussion on this topic. Mira Spahia asking, you're president of a party where most of the members and fans are youth, and we see misinformation and threats against women and insulting language. And if you be part of the institution of Kosovo, what will do against this negative phenomenon, especially stressed, especially coming from the youth? And we have discussed in these 2 days political violence against women in the social network is more evident than against the men, and sometimes women self-censor or leave politics because of this verbal violence in social media.
Po besoj zoti Kurti po na dëgjon?
Mr. Kurti, do you hear me? I don't know whether they heard the question, and let me know whether to repeat or is there any connection problem. Mr. Kurti, do you hear me? Technical problems until we establish connection with Mr. Kurti. We are discussing a topic which speaks about the role of political parties, about what political parties. Yes, now we have Mr. Kurti. Do you hear us?
Zoti Kurti po më dëgjon tani?
Yes, I hear you. Do you hear me? Yes. Some echo issue because of pandemic. We were forced to have an interview virtually, and the audience, we apologize. Not always. It's up to us about the connectivity. Do you want me to repeat the question? I see Mr. Kurti, but I don't know whether he can hear us. Please let me know in order to prevent repeating the question.
Zoti Kurti, vetëm lëshoje mikrofon.
Please switch in the microphone, Mr. Kurti. We don't hear you. Maybe it's the microphone. I hope you can hear us now. We are trying to re-establish the link with the leader of Vedvendosya, former Prime Minister Kurti, to discuss and We were discussing the audience question to see that steps to be taken by all of us. Yes, Mr. Kurti, do you hear me? Okay, yeah, I see the staff is doing their best to establish communication with Mr. Kurti. In this live broadcast, trying to re-establish connection, and I'm receiving questions from many participants of Week of Women, about 120 attending this session together with the leader of Advendosia, and we were discussing about climbing the glass cliff by women and youth. And Vedvendosia movement and the women of Vedvendosia entering the parliament without the need of quota. Mr. Kurti, do you hear me? Because I'm trying to keep the audience informed instead of keeping silence. Again, problems with the microphone.
Të dim a do të mund të vazhdojmë?
Yes, it would be good to find out whether we can continue. I received some questions. One of the questions is language used in media. But the women are attacked by this language. We discussed in the past session some harm women after political violence, especially verbal, and misinformation often happens that they self-censor and leave politics, and sometimes all political parties should take actions. Mr. Curtis said, "I do not hear you." If we can establish a connection, I would continue. Mr. Kurti, do you hear me?
Jo, hupi. Zoti Kurti, tash po më dëgjon, po më duket?
Tash po ju dëgjoj.
Mirë. Sepse isha
Now I can hear you, Biko. I have many questions, but first the questions of the audience. Do you hear me? Yes, I do hear you very well. Okay. Ermira Spahia, today you're the leader of a party where most of the members and fans are youth. In social media every day we see insulting hatred and disinformation threats against women. If in the future you become again part of the Kosovo institutions, what will you take, what will you do against this phenomenon and occurrence, especially by youth? I'm adding now, women are risking more from this verbal violence and misinformation in social media, and there are many women leaving politics because of this. So what will you do is the question. Two important issues here. First, education and the schools, which is more than important for political culture in general. And on the other side, punishing every form of discrimination, linguistic, like hatred speech or insult or prejudice against others. Some education and punishing discrimination, and that should be top-down. Education bottom-up and punishment top-down. Katrina Rezepi-Dagusha, another question. What will be the approach of your party if you take part again about the role of centers for social work in Kosovo and their supervision by municipality? Because this oversight is proven that does not produce positive results, and centers for social work are one of the causes of poor management of cases of domestic violence, sexual abuse with minors and other marginalized groups. I don't think that the lack of oversight comes because it is from municipality. No, it is not the problem of the supervision level, but the way of supervision and the quantity of oversight. And maybe we have only few people exercising oversight and they don't have the right qualifications. And this is what we see the state, government, municipality as the supervising level. So the state, municipality are the oversight. It means that we have to increase the number of people, officers, and also their qualifications to supervise. If supervision does not work over Centers for Social Work, then we should not say that because municipality is not exercising oversight, but because such oversight must be addressed as a problem. So municipalities should not take their responsibilities and centralize it, but empower our municipalities, because as we know, they elect their the mayors from direct vote, and on the other hand, about their budget, in a full extent, they rely on the central government. So decentralization of services should be empowered, oversight and maintenance as well. Next question from Sarah Jaka. We know that there are tendencies of creating or posing barriers in political activism at local level by current politicians against the young activists. What would be your advice to young political activists, especially women, to address these barriers that they are facing with? I think that our society and our institutions must work a lot with, and I lost the connection. I hope that we will re-establish the link. And in this regard, let's say that they are parents, father, the men, and the brother, the ones who must get emancipated about a woman, husband, wife, and girl. So we need to emancipate our men in order to improve the situation of women. One, among women, we need gender solidarity because electoral race, I have the impression, increased competition instead of solidarity. I'm not against competition, but I'm not happy with competition which excludes cooperation. Another question, Mr. Corti, it's a video. I hope that you will be able to see and then answer. Okay, let's go. Andrena Becherin, I'm from LDK. I have a question for former Prime Minister of Kosovo and the head of Edvendosi, Mr. Albin Kurti. What are the two main reasons and why do we have to have participation of women in political scene in Kosovo? Thank you. The first reason is that the absence of participation of women and representation and decision making in Kosovo is a violation. It is oppression. With the fact that there is no women, sufficient women, it means that there is oppression and violence, and we will fight the oppression. And second, there is no democracy without the women. Democracy is entirety. Democracy means everyone, including women. So these are two reasons why we have emancipation of the whole society for better or more representation of women. Yes, Mr. Kurti, you're right, saying that gender equality should start in family with awareness raising. Maybe it's easier for these barriers that we stumbled upon because of emancipation. It's going to be easier for women to overcome them, but also factors affecting gender equality. And because you are a leader of a political party, and I'm trying that the debate is addressed there. We will have local elections soon, next year, in fact. And in addition to this quota or the idea of the electoral list, I would like to know the number of candidates in municipality. Are we going to have women candidates? Did you think that they are the one to run for municipality disregarding the counter candidates? Sometimes it appears in some municipalities, a harsher one, you give them the opportunity to women, but maybe they should run in the places where you think they have a chance to win.
I agree. We shouldn't only put women candidates where the chances to win are minimal. The truth is that the advice coming from our branches, our centers, is considered when deciding about candidates, and we have a direct democracy as well, one member, one vote, that is. And I hope that we will have more women candidates in all municipalities of Kosovo, but in within Vedvenosi, we will make maximum efforts to make this happen. We had thus far women candidates. Unfortunately, they haven't won. And indeed, it's not that Vedvendosje has managed many municipalities. We had better results in national elections than in municipal ones, but I think that 2021 will be the year when this is turned around and when we, with our successes in local government, we will be able to gain more and to win more, and then without successes in the central level as well. Certainly, we will be here. We will see this in practice. The mayoral elections are coming soon. We have a question from Shipi Ashari. Why, in local elections, do you not put one woman as the head of the list, and will Vedvendosje be a trailblazer in this regard? Indeed, I think that we are creating such conditions to have women as head of lists. Because it has been, we've grew tired of these men who act as we owe them so much, as everything as a result of them. I think that the whole of Kosovo has contributed to our progress thus far, and we have always have to be thankful and appreciative of the women's contribution. And now, when political change is forthcoming very soon, more so than ever before, you will be able to see amazing things in politics, and that will include women in leadership positions and as head of lists and everything, the whole 9 yards. So women should be installed in leadership positions, and women should be helped by other women as well, because having women in leadership position doesn't necessarily in itself mean that the situation of women will be improved, but, and the line was cut off. So we will see if we can have Mr. Kurti back. We have some issues, but hopefully we'll get it sorted out. Mr. Kurti is back with us. Let's go to another question, Mr. Kurti. It says, in terms of maternity leave, will you be taking measures against private institutions if they fail to comply with the law, and will you extend maternity leave? Of course, this affects many women, Mr. Kurti, especially in the private sector, and certainly they have to find a balance between their careers and family planning, and we often see that this failure to take maternity leave in private companies is a big problem. Maternity leave should be converted into parental leave, and it should be shared by fathers and mothers, but we have to look and explore into the possibility of not having the private sector feel the maternity leave pressure the most, but to have the state supporting them too. So the state and the private sector should cooperate with regards to this issue. So far, there was so much mismanagement of public money on one side, and the private sector was neglected and remained weak on the other. Again, we have a cut-off, and I apologize that we are having so much difficulties during this broadcast, but I kindly ask for your for understanding. Mr. Kuti, I think you're back, and please continue. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. So within the labor law, there have to be 3-4 categories: maternity, paternity, and parental and paternity leave. And this has to be certainly complied with by the private sector as well, and we will not be able to employ everybody in the state sector. The state, it's not an employment bureau. The state has to help with policies conducive of employment, but of course, we cannot. We know that women have a big burden with pregnancy and with other obligations, and we have to make ease that burden to women. Women contribute to economic development, often more so than men, but we have to make sure that we support the employers as well in this aspect. While you were giving a reply, Mr. Kuti, I remember that in the beginning of the pandemic, when you were in the government and you took some measures, there was a time when one parent had to stay with the children because the schools were closed, and the other parent went to work, and we saw that women were those that stayed behind with the kids. Do you think that this was harmful to their professional advancement? There's no study that confirms this, but I understand that some occurrences, some phenomena do not really need thorough studies to get the picture. I think indeed that the pandemic has affected the more vulnerable categories. And certainly women are amongst those categories. According to some conversations that I've had with the private sector, women's businesses too were more affected than men's businesses in general. So the pandemic has led to additional losses, damages on women. Another question. In a future government headed by you, will there be an equal split of women and men heads of ministries? So the seats in front of the assembly to be equally held by men and women. I forgot to mention another thing during the pandemic that was obvious, was an increase of domestic violence cases too. And domestic violence is not a matter of the family alone, it's a matter of the society, of the law, of delayed justice. So we have to draw lessons and to improve institutions and their responses. On the other hand, I think that the two women ministers that Vetvendosia movement had, Ms. Roseta Haidari and Ms. Albulena Hagiu, we have shown that they were equal in decision-making and in engagement with other ministers of the Vetvendosia movement. And in our caucus, in our parliamentary caucus, women MPs are more active than men, and we never discriminate within our parliamentary caucus based on gender. So Mr. Roseta Haidar and Albulena Haji were there as equal members of the cabinet, equal to Glauco Njuvca, Narben Vitia, and Besnik Bislimi, Hakia Bazi, and Blerim Reka. So the question again, if you come to power again, will you be considering hiring an advisor, a Roma woman as an advisor? Or we'll have to look into that, of course, but bear in mind, there isn't a single factor that's decisive in this regard. I cannot promise that now necessarily so, because it depends on the profile of the profession that we will be needing. But of course, I'm more than interested and willing for that. And one final question, and I have to read this. Mr. Kurti, in your view, is there a need to amend the law on general elections on the replacement of MPs? But we said this, that we discussed this when we discussed about Tinka Kurti, who failed to get a seat in the assembly. You think that this law should change, that a woman that has the votes, when the time comes, should get to the assembly? In terms, listen, the quotas certainly help and affirm women, and they shouldn't be an obstacle to women. And the case of the rejection of Ms. Tinka Kurti shows the opposite, that it prevented her. And when a place in the list becomes vacant, the gender should not be considered. Whoever has the next highest number of votes should be the one to take that place. In the General Secretariat in the Vedvendosye movement, which is an administrative body, an executive body of our headquarters and our branches or our centers, we also have interns that work who come from the ranks of community, who have been hired specifically to empower their participation, to have their higher participation, but to also to empower them, but also to raise the awareness of the majority community of Albanians in our party to be open to work, to get used to the presence. One final question that I will be asking Mr. Kurti. We know that Vedvendosye MPs the list includes many new names, many young MPs. But it often happens, Mr. Kurti, that the next term brings in new members, new young people, women. What should political parties do to ensure that there's a higher retention rate until they decide themselves, so that there isn't that much rotation of MPs? Firstly, I think this is an expression of the fact that the average age in Kosovo is 30, as compared to Germany, where it is 48 years of age. So the ratio 30 to 48 is a big difference, and it could be as big as having a child and a father. And this is a younger population, certainly. And on the other side, I agree with you that it is important to create a cohesion, a sustainability, but above all, we should have more capacity building activities, courses, trainings for MPs, because MPs on one hand is a representative of the citizens, but on the other hand has a lot of work to do within the assembly in professional elements. So I think that there's a lot of room to build their capacities and thus ensure that there's a high retention rate. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurti. Of course, there's a great interest for more questions and for further discussions, but this is the time that we've had. And if you could perhaps share some last thoughts for our audience. Thank you very much for this invitation, for this opportunity to discuss, although virtually. I also commend you for your initiative, for your organization. The more that we work and that we discuss about emancipation of women, about gender equality, the more that we will be progressing forward and we will be offsetting a little bit the time lost, especially since the Declaration of Independence and onwards. There cannot be a progress in Kosovo, in an economy and its society, without having an emancipation of all, not just women, of all, about the role of women in the society. Thank you, Mr. Kurti. We will conclude this session now. We spoke with Mr. Kurti about this important topic, about women, about increased participation of women in public life, the need to help women to climb the ladder of their careers and of their political careers. After a quick break, we will continue with an interview with another lady who did start her political journey way before the topic of women in politics really became a major priority in Kosovo. It will be Ms. Edita Tahiri. Thank you and see you soon.
rikthemi sërish në këtë studion e javës së gruas dhe po vazhdojmë me sesionin e radhës e paralajmërova dhe më herët që në vazhdim do ta kem një grua e cila këtë rrugën dhe karrierën politike nuk e ka pas shumë të lehtë se e ka nisur shumë herët
because she started at the time when not much was discussed about equality, and there were only a few women aiming at politics. And she is the former Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo and Chief Negotiator of Kosovo, Ms. Edita Tahiri. Edita, thank you for being with us in this Week of Women. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you. We are trying to reflect a bit how was being a woman in politics, and we are trying, based on your views and experience, to show or to discuss the progress. How do you see this journey, Ms. Edita? Journey of women of Kosovo in these decades of major political changes in Kosovo and the region was a journey which did not change much from the journey of Kosovo, from occupation, then war, then freedom, peace, and now we are in the state building and building democracy stage. Women of Kosovo, Albanian women, really played an extraordinary role in the major transformation processes that I just mentioned. They were a vital part of process of independence, part of peaceful movement, and then the armed movement, and then in diplomacy, in peace discussions. Seldom in Kosovo and world women sat around the peace discussion, and Kosovo had a woman. It was me, but it was a merit of Kosovo that even that time entrusted diplomacy with a woman who was Minister of Foreign Affairs during the times of occupation. Then women who were organized a movement for liberation in a rather comprehensive structure and civil society. The first one in Kosovo, and the first efforts for democracy was created by women, which shows that women not only had vision but also courage to take over hard and heavy responsibilities, heavy burden, to move processes forward, which benefited the country, all citizens. And they were a good model for the world about what they did during the war and after occupation. Then, post-war, we had some paradoxes, because after the war we have seen men running to capture the power, not recognizing the contribution of women during the occupation time, not only were working women, but also victims because of the consequences of war. And we had the most tragic case of women raped, about 20,000 raped women, and also many women killed and also missing. Nevertheless, post-war found us not prepared in terms of challenges, and we did not suffice with, did not agree with marginalization decision-making, and it did not happen to me personally, because I was already in decision-making processes since the establishment of the LDK, but mainly women were taken out of politics, and as a result there was a dissent among women about this position. That we have established immediately a coalition of women in politics and civil society, and we engaged to establish quota in representation in parliament in local level. And then it is important to mention that women of Kosovo, even before the adoption of the Resolution 1325 on peace, security, and women, this was summer of 2000 and the first election, the local elections in 2000 and then 2001. We entered with a quota of 30%, and which is kept to date. Then we worked in shifting the mindset and overcoming challenges, traditional ones, not only in Kosovo but in the world, about the culture and this patriarchalism and the democracy process, which is not immediate, but having women in parliament brought an important novelty in terms of raising the awareness of society that processes, decisions cannot be taken without the women, and there cannot be functional democracy without gender equality. And good news, Ms. Edina, is that you started with a quota which was unbelievable at the time, and since now we have women entering or making winning seats without using the quota because of their participation, active participation process in the country. So it's good to have women making it without quota, and we are aiming at raising the bar and aiming at having 50-50 representation. A personal question. Yesterday I was interviewing Madam Albright, said when she was elected Secretary of State, she was told that she cannot become Secretary of State because she cannot discuss with some world leaders like Arabic leaders because she was considered a woman. That's it. And you were part of the negotiation peace and then negotiation with Serbia. Did you come across such comments just because you're a woman and you cannot carry the burden of these politics and decision making? Very good question. But I did not come across such challenges. There are some reasons. First and foremost, I engaged immediately in the movement for independence since the early days. And then I was in charge of the large rally of 5,000 women supporting movement for independence and fight the occupation. And when we became the chairmanship of the LDK, because it was my early activism, and there are two components important. I come from a patriotic family who fought for the rights of Albanians and national unity. My father was in prison in the Rankovic time because of this national rights. And I was educated in the West, and I was fluent in English, and this not only brought me with votes and the chairmanship, but I was entrusted at the post of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And then in 10 years of old man in the chairmanship, I did not feel discrimination. The reason was that in the time of a war and the harsh times, gender differences are not present because everything we've done everything to fight the occupation and genocide, which again happened. So there was no time for gender inequality. They came after the war. Yes, this is what I wanted to say. So you said that inequality came after the war, like after taking the positions and what happened in the post-war Kosovo. Based on this, although as I agreed in these 2 days that in Kosovo a lot was done, but not enough for gender equality. What do you the gender equality by institutions? Do you think it was only a mention, or there was really a goodwill to reach the goal, the gender equality? Do you see goodwill here? And the fact that we are having artificial mechanisms representing ourselves in the parliament, and this shows that there is no maturity, democratic maturity by men to share the power with men, because gender equality is not only a simple approach of sharing the risk. Gender equality, in my opinion, first and foremost, is sharing political power equally between men and women. And here we have problems because still in the Kosovo government, in the post-war years, we did not have equal number of women for ministers. Sometimes we have, sometimes less, but always a minority in the government. Maybe we should think of having a quota in the government to strike gender equality, first artificial ways, and then raising the democratic awareness. And I believe that citizens will embrace women as a positive and strategic factor that can help processes and prosperity and economic development, because women have proven with high qualities in politics. We have proven that they are less corrupt, more committed to work, less for role play, but doing more for the general interest of the country and citizens. We have values which benefit the institutions and the country. So gender equality is beneficial. Okay, in the last minutes we have, although I would like to ask you a question, but we have some interest from the audience. Violeta Zatrici says, what is key to your success and longevity of your political career, and what is the cooperation between women disregarding their political parties? So there are two questions. About the first one, the success is idealism. I entered politics because of national ideals. I did not even know that I'm entering politics. I was in the general national movement for freedom and liberation, so I did this for national ideals. And in politics, I kept myself to principles. There are some principles that you as a person believe in, and there is no compromise there. Could be compromised, I don't know, within the political party or the government for the general good, or to respect democracy where most vote a decision, but a politician maintaining principles with ethics in politics, who is honest, has a longest life in politics. Practically all these years of my work were done led by idealism and commitment and being honest, and always being against corruption. And with my role model, I've shown everyone that you can be a politician and also clean. Second is cooperation between women MPs disregarding their political parties or party affiliation. The idea of women for women. Can I continue, Vitor? Yes, please. Today, when the cooperation of women beyond party affiliation is taking place. But when we started cooperation, it was difficult to build this women caucus because there were some issues who will take the chairmanship and so on. It was year 2001 or so, but ever since there is quite some cooperation between women MPs and politicians. When we discuss issues related to women, they are ready to join and raise their voice. But also, I've seen, I had a lot of women politicians since 14 years. But when they started discussing the games between Kosovo and Serbia about shifting boundaries like 2 3 years ago, the regional lobby of women of 70 women, we came up with a single statement against changing borders. So I can tell you that there is a cooperation, and not only beyond party affiliation, but even ethnic lines or other eventual line. Last question, because we have only 2 more minutes. Ramiz Saidio, since 2017, when you ended the government mandate, since then until now, 2020, was there progress in Kosovo-Serbia dialogue? Thank you. Dialogue since 7 years that I was charged. I managed to get rid of the risk of partitioning Kosovo from the table, then to integrate the northern part of Kosovo in the country of Kosovo, and the parallel structures such as justice, police, customs were disbanded, and even managed to reach energy independence. Like yesterday, we merged this energy market, Kosovo, Serbia. Then we got the phone national code. The plus 383, did it come from the dialogue or it was brought by Santa Claus? So these are accomplishments while dialogue hit stalemate when Madame Modeni allowed changing borders topic, not aware that this would lead to a new war in Balkans, because in Balkans you cannot move or shift one boundary and leave the others. You cannot allow Greater Serbia and allowing Croatians and Albanians living in different countries. So the stalemate was reached because of the dangerous idea, and thanks to allies, this idea was downplayed. But again, dialogue cannot reaching the pace. We should start with a final agreement, which should result with a mutual recognition between two countries with current borders based on Euro-Atlantic and European principles. One more sentence: the vision of Kosovo, that we have shed blood and we fought with diplomacy, with courage, and mindfully. It is European, Atlantic vision. We made steps forward, but Kosovo should be governed better. And since 20 years, there was mal-governance, corruption. We need rule of law to empower democracy and to accelerate Kosovo's integration in EU and NATO and UN, and to maintain friendship and strategic partnership and friendship with United States as our key partner. And because in the liberation and independence and state building processes, together with the Western partners, Germany, UK, France, and others. Thank you, Madam Edita, for this direct link, and I want to thank you on behalf of the audience. We try through you to convey this goodwill and courage to young women in politics. Thank you, and best of successes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you participants in this live stream, we will come back with two last speakers in a few seconds.
Jemi në fund, faleminderit të gjithë ju që ishit pjesëmarrës për shtypjet e fundit.
Thank you. We'll resume now with the closing remarks and adjournments of this conference of this week of women. So we will give the floor. We will have with us the Ambassador of Canada to Croatia and Kosovo, Alan Bowman, as well as NDI's Senior Resident Director for Kosovo, Ms. Nancy Soderberg. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you very much. I think we've agreed that I would start. So thank you very much. I would like to simply start by saying a huge thanks. Thank you very much to NDI Kosovo for a fantastic event. I was with you virtually for the whole proceedings starting yesterday, and I really enjoyed this. Canada has been associated with this event for several years, but this is the first time I participate. I'm a relatively new ambassador, and I was really impressed by the quality of the speakers, the tone of the event, and just how well it went, despite the logistical challenges of doing this all online. So I can't wait to do one in person next year, or as soon as it's practical to do one. So Canada is delighted to be a partner in this event because we fully share NDI's goal of promoting women's empowerment in Kosovo. Indeed, women's empowerment is now at the core of Canada's feminist foreign policy. It also goes along the three core elements of that feminist foreign policy is gender equality, women's empowerment, and the fight against violence against women. And also women, peace and security is also a very critical element of this. In Kosovo, we advance this feminist foreign policy through a range of activities, including funding events like this. So this is actually part of our feminist foreign policy in action. But as the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs said a bit earlier today, we also fund some projects on political women's empowerment. We also fund projects on giving young girls skills for the 21st century. And we also fund projects on the fight against violence against women, all with small local organizations to try to empower people at the local level. This year, we've also done a little bit more than we normally do in terms of funding because of the COVID crisis. So we have a small project with UN Women that it tries to help very vulnerable women deal with the consequences of COVID. I participated or I listened in for the last 2 days, and I was trying to come up with key takeaways. You know, when you try to conclude a conference, you should help to sum up. And I'm sure that my co-panelists will have done a much better job than me. But here are a few points that are my key takeaways. One is the importance of role models. We had extremely powerful role models in the last few days. We had the acting president Osmani. We had your former president as well of Kosovo. We had Madeleine Albright, just to name the biggest names on the program. But throughout the session, we had all these powerful women. It's important to have role models. It's important that these women who exercise power effectively, convincingly, exercise it well, be featured on media. It's important that there's a balanced perspective by everybody that is provided to young Kosovars, that women can be the same as men or can succeed in the highest political positions of the country. Unlike Canada or the United States, we have had a woman prime minister in Canada, but just for a few months. We've never had a woman elected prime minister of Canada. So in your country, you've had a woman president for a full term. So you, in some ways, you were demonstrating that women can achieve the top positions in Kosovo, and it's important that these women be visible and inspire people. Also, what I took away from some of the presentations of these inspiring women is the need for women to support each other. There's a deep need for networks where women can support each other, and we should help to facilitate those networks. And one of our projects aims at doing that among political leaders in Kosovo. So I'm happy we're responding to that need. A second takeaway is the importance of getting men involved. So we do need support systems where women can support each other, but men are part of the problem, obviously, and hopefully can be part of the solution. So I was very happy that the current Prime Minister and that the former Prime Minister of Kosovo took the time to participate and demonstrated great openness to discussing these issues and try to address the problems that Kosovo still faces in terms of gender equality. They were not the only men to participate. You have two men from Canada, the parliamentary secretary. It's a coincidence, and you have me. But I am very proud to be part of, I hope, a group of men who get it, who understand the need for us to be powerful voices for gender equality emanating to have powerful voices for gender equality emanating from male voices. In Canada, we appoint 50% of ambassadors who are women now. So it's purely a coincidence that I happen to be a man. There's just one chance out of two that you have a male ambassador in front of you. But I want to be a powerful voice for change. And I hope that I can work with you to that end. I seek inspiration, in my case, in my own Prime Minister in Canada, who has declared many times that he is a feminist. So I work for a feminist Prime Minister, so I'm a feminist ambassador, and I'm very happy that Canada is projecting that progressive image around the world. The third takeaway is the importance of the local level. In Kosovo, there has been progress at the national level. I mean, quotas have helped, but if you look at it is clear that there has been progress in terms of women's empowerment at the political level. I mean, you have a female acting president, you had the past president, but there are a number of women MPs. There's a lot more to be done. The challenges are immense. We have not reached parity or equality, but there has been progress. And you know, I'm a Canadian, so I like to see the glass as half full. We tend to be optimistic in Canada. We don't see the glass as half empty. We see it as half. So it's progress that should continue, that should be encouraged. But at the local level, it's very difficult to see the glass as half full. The glass is actually completely empty at the local level. So there's a huge amount to be done in Kosovo in supporting women at the local level. The fact that there was only one woman ever elected mayor of a significant city, thankfully we had her as a speaker, and she's another powerful role model for everyone. But there's a need for us to work with partners to help women succeed more in politics at the local level. Fourth takeaway is importance of inclusive at the core of the women, peace and security agenda is the fact that women and men experience conflict differently, and that bringing different voices to the negotiating table, to peace processes, makes these processes more effective, more inclusive, and longer lasting. This is really the heart of the women, peace and security agenda, and I'm very happy that this conference dedicated a good amount of space to it, both the panel where ministers participated earlier today, but the intervention by Samantha Power on that subject was very powerful, if that word to always include the need for supportive policies. I think the conversation with Prime Minister Kurti former Prime Minister Kurti was largely about that. So there, you need parental leave, you need all kinds of inclusive policies that make it more possible for women to participate more in politics or in the workforce more generally. Another takeaway was the need to implement commitments. We can't just sign agreements or make them parts of our constitution, such as the Istanbul Convention on Violence Against Women. We need to fully implement. So I could go on and on, but I know we only have limited time. So these are my takeaways from the conference. I hope, for me, it was extremely powerful messaging. And in closing, let me thank NDI again for this event, for their overall work in Kosovo. You know, Canada and the United States are perhaps the two closest countries in the world, both geographically, but in a range of other areas as well. And we're at our best when we work together around the world to promote the rule of law, human rights, and democracy. So we did that over the last 2 days. It was wonderful to work with our dear American partners, and I look forward to continuing to do so in Kosovo and elsewhere. So thank you very much again, and it was a pleasure to support this event.
Well, thank you so much, Ambassador Bowman, for those insightful remarks and for Canada's support for this program and around the world in support of women. We're also grateful for the partnership of USAID and CEPS, and I also want to thank UN Women for support of this program. Certainly, these past 2 days prove that advancing democracy cannot stop during the pandemic. We have 120 participants in the Week of Women 2020 program from a wide cross-section of Kosovo's communities. And while Week of Women looks different this year, we were able to share it globally with over 45,000 people on social media, and over 20,000 people followed us live both days. And we were especially pleased to be joined by Prime Minister Hoti, Acting President Osmani, members of parliament, political parties, and ministries. And we are honored by our distinguished guests, including NDI's Chair, Secretary Albright, and officials from Europe, Canada, and the United Nations. This program is part of NDI's global support to women's rights and the belief that women's rights are human rights. And as Ambassador Bowman just reiterated, we know that sufficient progress will not be made unless men are part of the solution. The women of Kosovo have made important strides in political leadership. Our 2020 Week of Women speakers are part of that change. President Yayaga and Acting President Osmani broke the glass ceiling of the highest office. Women are forging solutions to Kosovo's challenges in their communities across municipalities and nationally. That's impressive progress. But the lack of current women mayors, as well as women in parliament and other leadership positions, is a deficit that must be addressed. So we have a lot of work to do. As Kosovo's senior country director, I'm proud of the work that NDI Kosovo has done for the last 2 decades. And I want to thank each and every member of the NDI Kosovo team for their important contributions to the Week of Women and in all that they do. I know the challenges that women face. As a young foreign policy aide to Senator Ted Kennedy, I was often mistaken for the translator. And as the third-ranked official on the National Security Council at the White House, I was almost always the only woman in the room, except when joined by my mentor and former Professor Madeleine Albright. And sitting in the UN Security Council on October 31st, 2000, I had the honor of raising my hand on behalf of the US government to vote to approve the landmark resolution 1325. And yet I was only one of 2 women at that table. I have also run twice for office, and so I know what courage it takes. And our discussion over the last 2 days shows that Kosovo is part of a global community and that there's an incredible network of women and, yes, men willing to help the citizens and government of Kosovo achieve equality. So let me just summarize my takeaways in addition to Ambassador Bowman's. First, I would say that the challenge of women having equality is a global challenge. All societies face it. And it's complicated by technology that can be both friend and foe to women and democracy. And the solution is simple, but far from easy. We cannot waste half of our talent. So When women are included, solutions are better, stronger, and last longer. And we know that women must not just be at the table, but they must also be heard. And that is why it is important, as Prime Minister Hoti mentioned earlier, to have women participate in the dialogue with Serbia. Third, parliaments must promote gender-sensitive legislation and gender parity. We heard that in the US Congress, having women's leading on budget discussions meant that women's health research was finally funded and legislation was passed on violence against women. And Kosovo's parliament can do the same. Next, the speakers emphasized the importance of diversity. And it's not just about the numbers. Rather, minorities must be a substantial part of the government and policy making. We also heard how the pandemic had increased women's challenges, but that it also might provide opportunities for change. We know that the costs of the pandemic are being borne disproportionately by women. And the challenge is to take the problems made naked by this pandemic and recognize that countries led by women have succeeded better, and rewrite the rules to put women in leadership. We also heard about the importance of networks, and it's important to band together because when you have numbers, you can promote your agenda. Lastly, and I say this particularly to the Week of Women participants for 2020, all 120 of you, be part of the change. Remember that problems can seem intractable, but change happens when citizens engage, not only in a grand top-down strategy, but small actions that can change suddenly the whole dynamics. So I encourage all of you to take steps that you personally can take and make that change happen. I want to thank all of the impressive participants in this program, our speakers, our guests, our global audience in making this Week of Women different but special. And I apologize to Ambassador Bowman that we're over time, so we're not going to be able to have that discussion. We'll save that for later in the year and perhaps next year. But thank you so much for everything you've done to support this personally and your government. I'm so grateful for your support. And just a message to our participants and listeners around the world, together we can make lasting progress in advancing women's role in Kosovo's thriving democracy. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Thank you. It was me who was a bit long.